That was it.
See?
But for the cost, I'm not paying more.
What did I say it was? It was 12. The Dutch thing was 12
15 to 17 euros.
Euros. Yeah. So that's for a burger. A burger. I can go to In-N-Out right now, and I can get a double for. I can get the combo, so I can get a drink, fries, and 2 patties, and 2 slices of cheese, and the sauce, and the bun for probably $11. So, and it's real meat. New data from the Federal Reserve, real quickly. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York says that American renters are becoming increasingly pessimistic about their chances of ever becoming a homeowner. The survey of consumer expectations. Anticipation of home ownership is now at an all-time low of 40.1%, down from 44.4% a year ago. You know what the Biden administration is doing? They've decided that in terms of the campaign strategy, lay low. Gee, I wonder why. The percentage of renters expecting to someday to one day become a homeowner has plummeted by more than 10 percentage points since Biden took office. When he first took office, the average belief in future home ownership was 51.6%. It's now down to 40%. Jiminy Christmas. Now, contrary to Biden's assurances that his policies are going to, what was that word they no longer use? Something about Biden and economics, and they tried to combine it into something like Bidenomics. Yeah, Biden. Do you ever hear Biden talking about Bidenomics anymore? Do you hear any Democrat talking about Bidenomics anymore? Those earning less than $60,000 a year assess their average chance of buying a home at only 31%, less than a third. And that's down from almost 42% in February of last year. If you earn above 60%, your expectation is decreased to 61% from 69%. Every level, every demographic, expectation of homeownership, once the American dream, rapidly dissipating. Just dissipating like a thunderstorm rolling off the eastern plains.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Stress and rocking chairs are too dangerous to seniors, but what does that have to do with your retirement? Find out on Retirement Realized Radio with Chad Owen, Saturday at 3 p.m. and Sunday at 9 a.m. on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
This is Dan Kaplis. Our firm is honored to be the official law firm partner of the world champion Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. We share the same ferocious commitment to hard work, integrity, and winning. We are the law firm of champions. We accept righteous injury and wrongful death cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S law.com.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows, and doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Blue Sky CBD has been helping me with my nagging aches and pains and trouble sleeping for years. But take a listen to these reviews from people just like you. I use the Max Relief Balm 2 to 3 times per week, and my neck pain is so much better. This CBD is by far the most helpful thing I've tried in helping me reduce my anxiety. The Max Relief Balm is giving me instant relief that really lasts from my chronic inflammation. These gels are great in helping me with my hip and sciatica pain. I'm now sleeping again with the Blue Sky CBD sleep gels. You're going to find hundreds and hundreds of similar reviews at bluesky-cbd.com. That's bluesky-cbd.com. So if you're struggling with nagging aches and pains or maybe trouble sleeping and you're sick of using pharmaceuticals, you owe it to yourself to try Blue Sky CBD. And keep in mind that the promo code KHOW, gives you an ongoing 30% discount on all of your orders. That's promo code KHOW, KHOW, at bluesky-cbd.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Living in Colorado means you're going to get hailed on. Maybe not today, but it's going to happen. So you need to know who to call when it happens. Jot down this name, Golden Spike Roofing. Golden Spike Roofing has decades of experience and is my trusted choice for all of my roofing needs. They're ready to get you a free roof inspection if you need it. Check their reviews online, then call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386 or online at goldenspikeroofing.com.
Hey, it's Michael Brown. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to discover how you can safely make 50 to 80% returns on your investments annually. Join my friend Barry Miller as he shares how Vestera Turnkey will produce and protect your growing net worth. Saturday mornings at 8 right here on KHOW.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Bringing back sunshine for your Tuesday, but unfortunately the wind is sticking around. Not going to be quite as gusty, but still pretty breezy throughout the day with highs today in the low 60s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burr.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, this morning at 10.
I've recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Chances are I can help you. It really is the only show of its kind.
It's the Troubleshooter on 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Court is in recess in New York where Stormy Daniels is testifying about her 2006 encounter with former President Donald Trump. She says they met at a celebrity golf tournament. She agreed to join him for dinner. Before the recess, she had testified about joining him in his hotel suite and Trump saying he did not sleep in the same room as his wife. Prosecutors say that payments to Daniels for her silence in 2016 amounted to falsified business records. Entering court today, Trump, who's denied having any affair with Daniels, said,
"We didn't put it down as construction costs, the purchase of sheetrock, the electrical cost. The legal expense that we paid was put down as legal expense."
President Biden set to speak at the Holocaust Museum as part of Holocaust Days of Remembrance. Cleanup in Oklahoma where one person was killed as part of the severe weather, and a name change for the Boy Scouts of America, now known as Scouting America. This is ABC News. Coming up for a vote this week on Capitol Hill, a bill that could affect the price of your next appliance. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has details from Washington.
One bill seeks to limit the Energy Department's adoption of new rules for household appliances. It targets rules that would add costs to consumers, don't result in significant conservation, or effectively result in a phasing out of products based on the fuel they use, such as gas stoves. Another bill would add a citizenship question to the census and remove immigrants from the count for the purposes of congressional reapportionment. That would surely face a constitutional challenge in the unlikely event the bill also passes the Senate and becomes law.
Russian President Vladimir Putin sworn in today for his fifth term. He gets another 6 years, and after the Russian constitution was changed, he'd be eligible to run again in 2030. And progress for the Olympic flame. It lands on French soil tomorrow. It's making its way to Paris for July's Summer Games. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that...
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A bipartisan property tax relief measure has received initial approval from the state Senate. The bill comes after input from the Commission on Property Tax. Republican Senator Barb Kirkmeyer is one of the bill's co-sponsors.
This will provide a long-term, permanent solution and will be simple and easy to understand for every Colorado property owner. Your taxes are going down.
Beginning in 2025, the bill would reduce property taxes by 7 to 10% for homes valued at $700,000 or less. It would also reduce the non-residential assessment rate and cap local property taxes. The bill needs a third and final reading in the Senate before moving to the House. Esurance is ending coverage in Colorado. Once policies expire, they won't be renewed. Customers were recently notified, but there's no explanation as to why. Allstate owns Esurance and reportedly has been planning to phase out the brand for the past 5 years. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Over on the east end of town, E470 northbound between 64th and Toll Plaza B, stop-and-go traffic continues through roadwork. At the moment, we're seeing about 30 minutes of delays. On the other side of the road, 470 southbound between 64th and 38th, similar construction. However, delays are much better on that side, only seeing about a 10-minute delay for drivers near the DIA area. Into downtown, I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 62 today. The worst of the winds is over. It seems overnight low of 32. Tomorrow mostly sunny, high 60. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Need RV service of any kind? See our friends at Lazy Days RV of Denver at Longmont. I-25 and exit 240, a half-mile south on Frontage Road. A new multi-million-dollar facility dedicated to repairs and maintenance, even bodywork and windshield replacements for all RV owners. Highly trained techs with an average of 14 years experience. For the best purchase, service, and ownership experience. Multiple locations nationwide for your convenience. LazyDays.com.
Go to xlroofing.com to get an instant online quote for your roof. This is Henry. I promise it's that easy. Tell us your address and the type of roof you want. We'll get you an instant online price. This is for real. No gimmicks. Try it. Go to xlroofing.com for an instant online quote or call 303-761-6400.
Because everything is still expensive.
You got that right.
You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station. 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom. Welcome to the show. What is going on? Welcome, one and all those listening right now on the radio, all those listening on Facebook and YouTube, and especially my YouTube morons, and then, of course, our Downloads, you might be listening to this a day, 2, 3, 4 later, who knows. Who's that? Is that me? Oh, that's you. Okay, sorry. Paul the Waterman making noise today. Thank you, Paul. Paul the Waterman.
Causing problems. Sorry about that.
Talking about making noise. Seriously now, let's get right to that, and then I'm going to go to the phones. Tom wants to talk about caliper collision, which usually we don't hear bad things about, but anything on your mind. Here's the important thing, folks, to remember about this show. Never have to wait. You can call 303-MARTINO 24/7, 303-627-8466. That number's getting very popular around the country. People are spreading it around because they don't know where to go for help, and this is the only place ever, the longest-running radio show in America, still on the air with the same host. I say the longest-running show in the universe. I don't know of any others, but anyway. So we have Paul the Waterman with us, and he says there are microscopic amounts of pharmaceuticals and also plastics. Now, I liken it to this. If you ever saw a bucket of water or a glass of water or a gallon of water, and I took my finger and put it, I'm serious now, and just touched dog poop, just touched it, and then dipped my finger in the water, would you drink that water? Of course you wouldn't. Now, I'm not saying that your water is filled with poop. Here's what I'm saying, though. It definitely has more impurities than I just described. But people, when they see something, they think, ugh, right? Yeah. But when they don't see it, they ingest it. That goes for food, that goes for drink, that goes for everything. Now, I don't want to make everyone paranoid. We do what we can, right? Supplementation, we do what we can with nutrition, we do what we can in life. And one of the most plentiful nutrients is water, but we don't necessarily do that because we rely on water systems. Now, I've often said municipal water systems, Paul, they remove the cats and the dogs and the mice and the giant particles from water.
Correct.
They don't do anything else.
That's it.
Now, do they purify? They do purify in a way. Explain what purification, like chlorine, doesn't that kill stuff?
Well, they use a chloramine, so they're sanitizing the water.
Okay, so what does that mean to sanitize water?
Well, it disinfects.
So does it take out the prescription drugs?
No. And you have to be careful because there are brain-eating amoebas that are in municipal water supplies. And so the CDC issued a alert for these Nebupots. And because people using these, to rinse your nasal, it happened in Texas and Florida.
No, I know. It got into their brain. So we have some microorganisms, we have pharmaceuticals, and we have plastics. We'll be talking about that through the show to enlighten your day and to make, let's say, it's not something people like talking about, but listen, I'm not telling you should worry about everything you do, but if you're going to take the time to cook right, eat right, supplements, health, then you should take the time to at least do what's right with drinking water. Paul the Waterman is here, waterpros.net. Tom wants to talk about caliper collision. So, Tom, what's going on? What's happening, man?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Tom. Thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you.
Just a little problem with caliper collision.
Now, what's the problem, Tom? Start from the beginning. What kind of accident, what kind of damage, what happened?
Yeah, I was on I-70, and I had my truck camper in, and I was hit by a commercial vehicle, one of these vehicle carriers.
Okay.
So that was in 2019, I believe December. I went to Caliber to get it fixed in, I think, about March, April timeframe, and they fixed it. It was the damage was back to the rear two quarter panels.
Caliber collision, and what's wrong now?
What's wrong now? Well, their repair failed. Actually,
what
on
does
the
that
left side,
mean?
it has a big crack on it. Well, one night during the winter, I just came back, and it just had a long, about 4-inch crack in it. So obviously, they repaired it with a Bondo-like product.
Well, hold on now. This was a rear quarter panel.
And
yep.
Did they replace? They obviously did not replace the panel. Then they bonded it.
Yeah, they bonded it.
How bad was the how bad was the panel that was damaged?
It was bent. It had about a 4-inch bend in it.
Why didn't they replace it? Did you? I mean, usually when I have an accident or I have something happen to my car, I always say, listen, I want a new part if it's someone else's fault. Did you insist on new parts? I mean, what happened back then?
I did not insist on it, but I thought, a reputable brand like Caliber, that they would do their due diligence. And
when did it fail?
Correctly. It failed in 2021 during the winter.
But what are we doing in 2024 right now?
I have a piece of vinyl over it just to keep water on
I
it.
mean, why are we... Okay.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Well, no, I'm asking you. Why are you calling me today if it happened in 2020?
I didn't hear about your show. I just heard about your show.
Okay, so what were you doing from then until now? Anything?
Yeah, I called. I brought it in. They took it for about 3-4 weeks, and they said they would repair it.
So did it crack like a year later?
Yes, after the repair. And they gave me the warranty work. They said it was covered. Brought it back in.
Was it cracked within a year?
Was it within a year? Yeah. I believe so, yes, within a year.
And they fixed it?
No, I brought it in. They said they'd fix it. They had the truck lying there idle at their lot, and I got a call from the service manager, and he said, hey, we're not going to warranty it because you carry heavy loads. It's a 3500. That's what the truck's for. What do they want it to be? A garage clean?
First of all, you should have never gone for the Bondo. I don't even know how that happened, but it's so far ago, it's too late to go back. You could have made that company pay for a new part. What year was your truck at the time?
It was 2018, so it was a new truck.
My God, you really got screwed, man.
Yep.
Now, here's your bad news.
Yep.
You hear me say on the show, call me, don't let it fester, 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Don't wait. If you wait, it's going to be a problem. You really can't do anything right now. You're way beyond any statute of limitations. You're way beyond it.
Okay.
I mean, you just sat too long on this. You can't go back to them you can't go back for a 5-year-old repair right now.
Yeah. I went back again.
No, I'm saying you can't do anything about it unless they do it on their own. So when they wouldn't fix it back then, what did you do?
I kept complaining and they did nothing.
Okay, so it's been cracked the entire time?
Yes, it's been cracked the entire time.
Okay. Well, you need to get it fixed. But I hate to give you bad news, Tom, but why lie to you? You're not going to be able...
No, definitely.
I mean, these guys, it's 5 years ago. I mean, I don't think you can even take them to court, especially because you knew about it the whole time. It's not like you just discovered it. They made up an excuse when they told you it's because you carry a heavy load. But it's weird. You in the very beginning should have stuck up for yourself and demanded new parts, okay? You should have looked at the estimate, because here's what happened. Caliber, they want to spend as much as they can to make that repair. I don't think they cheaped on you. I think it was the other insurance adjuster who said, this is what we're paying for.
Yeah.
That's my feeling. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it sucks. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. In fact, why do I keep saying I don't think? There isn't anything you can do about it, not after all this time. No, I'm sorry, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Lonnie's got a transmission issue. Lonnie, what's going on?
Yeah, I had I ordered a transmission from Street Smart.
When?
Last year in May. They got it here within, about 3 weeks.
What is Street Smart?
They are a transmission outfit that remanufactures transmissions to OE spec.
Okay, and are they like online, or are they local, or what?
They're online. This place, I think, is in Florida.
It was a rebuilt transmission. Okay, hold on, and we'll come back to you. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, 888heating.com. The risk-free service fee, $28 to go to your home and service one item. That could be a water heater with a flush. That could be your furnace. That could be any one item. And if you need more, if you need repairs, and they're honest, they will do what's called a credit of the $28. So that's a really good system. And that's 303-770-2776, 888heating.com.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Genesis Total Exteriors. You know, I love companies who have a name that says it all, and that's exactly what it says, Total Exteriors. Whether it's insurance work, from the roof down to the siding and decks and windows and doors, they do it all, including stucco, installation repair. They do home improvements and insurance work. And you can get good people at your home that I've known for 25 years, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Okay, let's see.
Mute your sound on your computer because I forget to do that all the time, and it creates a. They hear
because of delay.
Yeah.
It says create channel. I don't know what this means.
That means they want you to log in.
Oh, it's not doing anything, so I probably can't do it.
Your chopper can.
That's all right.
Correct it for
okay.
you. See, that's what I said. Like on my phone, because I'm not logged in, I can view it.
Oh, who's in the studio today?
Comment, and I just haven't done it. But on my iPad.
Guys.
Yeah, because I guess I've used YouTube for a million.
Huh.
Shannon.
I don't know if they're listening.
Who's
and
in the
again,
studio?
it's just it's like watching the president.
Who is it?
Sometimes here, you know.
If you're saying watching the president, then it's Dollar and Doc.
No, not even Doc. It's that other guy and that one chick.
That other guy and that one chick.
Yeah, I don't know. I try not to get
Oh,
involved.
Bo?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it?
You need like a.
Okay.
I mean, don't okay me. Just tell me who's there.
I don't know who the hell your
Ask
people
Kachina.
are. She's on the phone.
My God.
I watch a lot of.
Hey, Big Shot, you want to run stuff? Get in here.
Get over there.
You know where we are, unless we can suddenly move before you get back. I'd like that.
Okay, what is the name?
So no, you got a chopper, a dollar, and a chick. I mean, without having an account.
Chopper,
that sounds
Dollar.
familiar.
Oh, Chopper's there?
Yeah.
I watch a few other things on YouTube, but this is the show's mainly what I do.
I watch so much.
And I mean, you know, God love you guys, but it does look like the waiting line at a Walgreens.
I don't know why it does. It pops up and it says you've reached the time limit. But one of the three options are: do you want to continue?
Deputy Marvel is there.
You just jacked with my continuity, or
Hey, Tom, are you working with some Venezuelan to get a driver's license?
Yes, I am. Why?
Okay, because he's on hold.
Why is he on hold?
Well, do you want him at your house? He's on hold.
Well, wait a minute. I can't talk to him. He can't speak English.
He's got some chick with him.
I need to know
Okay,
if his name is
all right.
Ibrahim.
We'll
Something like that.
What does he want to talk about?
He's supposed to have an interview, but he has no paperwork, and they won't process him because he doesn't have a driver's license.
He's trying to get a driver's license, but they won't let him follow through on the meeting because he has to wait a year to get other American
Correct.
documents. It's
Yes.
crazy. And so apparently you've worked with this guy and this girl. There's some woman helping him.
Okay,
Yeah, her
fine.
name's Kim.
And so Kim's on hold with a Venezuelan. She's got a Venezuelan in her car.
No. I seem to
Which
feel
is a new
cold.
mandate from Polis. Everybody gets
Well,
a
he's
Venezuelan
wrong,
in
by
their
the
car.
way. He can get a license. There's a
I'll
process.
sit in the house
All right.
with a hoodie on and a jacket.
I
We're
just
excited
got
to
to
hear
tell.
about it.
Trust me, I'm not using the Jimmy Carter 68 degrees. I mean, I turned up my house too. That's the only thing I've noticed. I don't know.
I mean, I don't entirely understand the
But I
purpose
have-
of
He
the
does
open
not
border.
need documentation.
Yeah, none of us do. Well, actually, I do. You know, it's crazy. If I went to get another job, I'd have to fill out an I-9 because I was born in Detroit. But people don't have to.
Okay, Kim, I'm not sure what we can do for you because we're on the air right now on the radio, literally. Where is?
I think it's mostly just an attempt to diminish what an American is. Because you used to come here and become an American. You know, speak the language, get a job, save up, buy a house, take care of your family, die. You know, all the usual stuff. But not no more.
Oh, yeah, I had a
I'm going to have to kick some ass. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it, but I'm going to have to kick some ass.
patio chair.
I read about it once.
Flew off and I haven't been able to find it.
All right, back to whatever it is we are doing. What is it you do?
What do I do?
What is it you do? Hang on, sir.
630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Lonnie's got a transmission issue. Hey, Lonnie, you ordered a rebuilt transmission from Street Smart in March of 2023. Continue, please.
Okay, I went ahead and installed it. Got the truck all running. Everything was good. Drove the truck till February of this year.
How many miles on it?
About 5,000.
Okay, what happened?
And went out to pull the trailer out to get a load of hay, and I wound up having to leave my trailer at the supplier's place because the transmission started slipping. And so I thought, well, I'm not going to get truck and transmission and load back. So I figured I'd be lucky to get myself back.
Okay, so this has been a year later, basically. Your transmission is slipping.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I called
Hold on,
Street
and what do
Smart.
they say about it?
It's under warranty, and they'll replace it. Now,
Okay.
we did that. Okay, and we did that. Okay.
Wait a
Just
minute. So
started
now you're talking about the second transmission.
Yes. It doesn't have 1,000 miles on it, and it did the same thing.
Wait a minute. Okay, so you put a second one in.
Yes.
Wow, at least they sent a replacement, right? But you had to work your ass off.
Yes, and so with broken ribs.
Okay, so how long did the other one last? Less than 1,000 miles?
Yeah, it did the almost.
Okay, so what do they say about that?
Well, I called them last week, and they have not returned my call at this point.
Okay, here's what we need to do first and foremost. Is it a rebuilt transmission or is it a sham? I mean, did you look up Street Smart? I didn't. What are their ratings and stuff? Tell me about it.
From what I looked up Trustpilot. I've looked at
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
And they're a AAA plus company.
Okay, so are you doing anything wrong?
No.
We need to get an expert opinion. I want to talk on the air first, and then maybe have you go check out one of our experts. Where are you located?
I am in Chaparral Valley in Deer Trail.
Okay. God, you're way the hell out there.
Right out here where you,
Yeah, where I flew in last week. Is that what you were going to say?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Were you there?
I wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, that's a cool little airport, Chopper, isn't it? Chopper's in
It
there.
is. It's
It
a
is,
very
Tom.
unique area. It really is.
Chopper, this guy's from way out there, man. That's so. You do all your own work, Lonnie?
Yeah, I work on tractors. I do.
So you know what
cars.
you're doing. It's not like you're a schlock or something here.
No. I went to school for this when I was in my early 20s.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to we need to get an eyeball on it. Because I know what Street Smart's going to say. Well, if they're ghosting you, we can call them first. And if they say we're going to send another one, my obvious question would be, why are two of them slipping? But first, here's what I want to do. I want to take one step at a time. First, I want to get on Jeff Vick just to get a general impression. Then I want to get maybe let's do Deputy Chopper to call down there and say, I say down there, where are they out of?
Florida.
Okay, down there. Call them and say, listen, why do you think it happened twice? Just not confront them, but just get an idea. Then third, if we have to, we need to get it analyzed because these people need to replace it. So let's first get Jeff on. 303-713-8255. Lonnie, hang on. I'm going to mark that as pending for Jeff, and we'll see what we can do about it. Kazin said, I'm trying to think which this problem was. Kazin, this is about gift cards. I'm trying to find your original call. I swear, if people don't use the same name when they call in, it's hard to find. So, Kazin, did you use your name Kazin last time?
No, Kazin, K-A-Z-M, Kazin.
Kazin, I'm sorry, Kazin. Okay,
Kazin.
I don't have the name down, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll find the problem. Tell me about it.
You know, I talked to you before because July 13 and 2023, and I bought transfer my Verizon to Xfinity Mobile, and I talked to one of the agents, and they both
and they promised you a gift card.
Yes, they promised you for each phone $200 gift card.
I remember. I got you right here. I don't know why it didn't come up before. Yeah, they promised you 2 gift cards for 2 phones, right?
Yes, sir.
And you only got one.
I get one. Second one, they already sent the 2 of them. One of them, they approve it. Second one, I decided, and they declined. And I called the Verizon. I called the Xfinity Mobile and talked to supervisor.
Why was it declined?
I don't know, because they told me when I called, they said, oh, we are not supposed to give you $200 each card, but we have to give you $100 each card. I said, listen, we already negotiated with your agent. He already told me.
All right, here's what I want to know. They're claiming you were only supposed to get 200. You're claiming you're supposed to get 400, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, here's what I want to know. Do you have proof that the offer was $200 each?
Yes, they prove it. I don't have it, but they can listen to the conversation because
But they won't.
have everything.
But they won't.
Okay. I don't know why.
Because they're not going. Because they won't. They're lying thieves. They're not the only ones. We hear this all the time with cell phones. They lie all the time. Kazin, if you don't have independent proof, we're not going to be. They're going to tell us they never said it.
I understand.
I mean, I would like to tell them that they should make good on it, but they're simply going to say we never had that offer. Hold on a second. I can look on the Wayback Machine. How long ago was this offer?
It was July 13, 2023.
Okay, and this is Verizon, right?
No, Xfinity Mobile.
I'm sorry. I have it written down. I'm sorry. Xfinity Mobile. Okay. Okay. You hang on. I'm gonna check with the Wayback Machine on some of their websites, because it was last year. It was in, you said 23, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. I'm Tom Martino. We'll come back to this and more, plus PaulTheWaterman.net.com. Okay, I don't know. I say it a million times, paulthewaterman.com, by the way. And don't forget, Frank Duran, the real estate man, is doing market valuations for your home. And by the way, we had a situation where a tenant wants to buy from a landlord. They know each other, they like each other, they know the price of the house, they know everything. They've been living there for years and years. So this one property management company steps in and says, we're going to help you. And they're going to charge like 6 or 7%. This is a buyer and a seller already there. They don't have to multi-list. They don't have to advertise. They don't have to show the house. So I said, wait a minute, Frank, what happens in something like that? And Frank says, what, are you kidding me? You can do a transaction broker. You just do a flat fee. Transaction broker, save thousands of dollars. See, that's the kind of man he is. Call him for all your real estate needs, whether you're buying or selling. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Yuki.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now.
Tom, I love you, but I think you need a Joe Biden sitting next to you.
Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Over on the east end of town, E470 northbound between 64th and Toll Plaza B, stop-and-go traffic continues through roadwork. At the moment, we're seeing about 30 minutes of delays. On the other side of the road, 470 southbound between 64th and 38th. Similar construction, however, delays are much better on that side, only seeing about a 10-minute delay for drivers near the DIA area. Into downtown, I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 62 today. The worst of the winds is over. It seems overnight low of 32. Tomorrow mostly sunny, high 60. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Lowe's knows pros need the right tools for every job. That's why they sell the largest in-store selection of Klein tools anywhere. Shop Klein tools in-store and online today. Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
When you want a countertop, you want to get an idea what it's going to cost, and they make it so complicated in the industry, but the Art of Granite does not make it complicated. They'll talk to you on the phone about your project. They're transparent about everything, wholesale on all materials. They charge for fabrication and installation only. They tear out and haul away free as well. So if you want a price, call them right now. No matter what the material, they do it all, man-made or natural stone, and they do cabinets as well, and they have a choice of your incentives, free backsplash, free sink, or free edge treatment, or whatever it is. Call them, get your price, 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Investing comes in all shapes and sizes, but I just want to say one thing. Usually there's risk with investment. However, there are products available that guarantee in writing, they've been doing it for 125 years, that when you put your money in, you won't lose it. Not a dime of the principal, not a dime of the gain either, and you'll have income for life based on the amount it grows to. What you need to do is find out more about this at mymoneymyway.com. There's just no hocus pocus. You're trading liquidity for guaranteed security. That's 303-779-6600.
Hey.
Sweet.
Disappointment.
All right. Now, what am I doing? I'm finding out about Xfinity
You know,
Mobile.
like in a field, or there was a park across the street from the post office.
Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes.
You think that Chaparral Valley is kind of east of Colorado Springs?
Well, isn't that what you said? You're east of Pinery?
I said the Pinery. You
Right.
said Colorado Springs.
Yeah, because I was visualizing the other one I went to last time. I found that little airport I went to last time. I don't know. That's the one I was thinking about.
Yeah, I think it's Meadowlark, like you said.
No, it was actually not even that one. It was another one. I went to Meadowlark. I go to Meadow Lake a lot, but that was not the one either. There was another one. I'll show you on the chart. It's another little private airport, almost like that one.
Not Callahan.
Mm-mm. Let me find. I'll find it. You know, this guy, the offers
What,
were
cousin?
subject.
What did we ever do when he called before? I thought we were going to either get a.
I left messages for the 2 numbers he gave me. And
They
never
definitely
called back.
offered. They definitely offered Visa gift cards of $200 each.
We need the deputies to go out and start swinging.
Wait,
some
wait,
golf
wait, wait.
clubs, man.
There was one for 100. Wait, there were 3 different promotions. Damn it! I don't know which one. There were 3 different promotions.
Hey, Tom,
What?
can I ask you a question?
No.
What?
Why?
Oh, he's giving up. He
What?
said yes. What?
Do you like Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Ah,
Why?
because I don't like it, and I was doing an informal poll. Of
But you don't
everyone in
like the
office.
food, or you don't like the company?
No, I don't like the food.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't taste the same when you're an atheist.
What?
Yep.
I'm not an atheist.
She's never been in Dollar Tree, Tom.
Well, Chick-fil-A sauce burns your tongue if you don't believe in God.
Hey, listen. I like it. Yeah. What don't you like about it?
I think it's really greasy,
I don't find it greasy, but
and
'cause you're Italian.
I particularly don't like fried anything very much. So their chicken sandwich just really doesn't.
And I've traveled.
She is a snooty patootie, man. She was just
snooty.
you were going on about how you fly first class everywhere. Shut up.
No, I used to. I don't
Uh-huh.
do that anymore.
Right.
Hasn't happened for a very long time.
How to make you come to a buffet with me.
It's good chicken. It is.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Mm-hmm.
Although no, Hero. I like Hero.
I went there last night.
That is kind of above average. Not as good as the casino buffet, but yeah.
We got to get you out.
Well, I'm not going to Golden Corral. I've never been, and can't do it.
Uh-huh.
I try not to eat any kind of fast food.
Here we go.
30 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Paul the Waterman's with us. Don't forget waterpros.net. By the way, Jeff, Vic Kimmer Transmission, transmissionsdenver.com is the website. Let's talk to him about this. Hey, Jeff, what could you think of? And I'm just going to ask. I'm not saying he did it, but could installation do it? He has 2 different transmissions, mail ordered, and he did the installation himself, and both of them slipped. One slipped within 5,000 miles. The other one slipped within 1,000, the replacement. What do you mean by slipping, by the way, Lonnie? When you're driving, do you hear a rev? Does it literally slip like the clutch is half in and out?
No, it literally slips like you're slipping a clutch.
Okay. All right.
It had reverse. They both had reverse. The first one that went out, I drove probably 3 miles in reverse just to get it to a safe place.
Okay. And the second?
The second, I actually haven't drove it. It's been parked for about a week at this point.
And it literally does not move.
No, it will not move forward. It barely creeps forward, and that's it.
I don't know a lot about transmissions, just enough to be dangerous. But Jeff, do transmissions have the clutches built in, right? They're built in automatic clutches, right?
Yeah, you have clutch pads that will apply to engage.
So when he replaced
replaced
his transmission with a rebuilt, he presumably got new clutches.
Well, he definitely did.
Okay. Why would they both? Does it sound like a clutch to you, Jeff?
Well, it sounds like a possibility of a clutch pack. Yeah, I mean, if it's only in forward, then the forward clutch pack itself would be my first thought.
What else would cause it?
Low line pressure can cause that, and eventually end up in a meltdown type situation. Restrictions in the cooler. What kind of vehicle is this?
It's a 2004 Dodge Ram pickup.
Half
so
ton?
it's a
Half ton, 3/4 ton.
500. Yeah, 3/4.
Again, 3/4 diesel.
Yeah, it's a 48 RE. transmission.
Okay. Now,
and there's also a one-way check valve inside one of the cooler lines on that you should defeat when you change that out, because they have a tendency to get restricted and stop cooler flow.
That has been removed. That was part of the warranty on the transmission. Is the all the cooler and the whole system has to be clear.
well, here's what I want to know, Lonnie. When you sent the first one back, did they find a problem?
Well, I haven't sent the first one back.
Okay.
They did not want. They actually didn't send it out for about 4 or 5 weeks because I guess they didn't have it in house.
I mean, so you still have both transmissions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm of the school of thought that it can't happen twice.
Okay.
I just am. I think it's something Jeff is bringing up that's outside of that rebuilt transmission. Jeff, how long would it take to figure that out?
Probably a couple hours.
If I were you, bro, I'd start looking at another cause. I mean, Jeff, what is your gut? Are you thinking? I'm not saying this guy's an idiot. I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's doing at all. I'm saying it sounds too coincidental. What about you?
Yeah, no, it definitely does. I mean, if something happened with the vehicle that caused the first meltdown and that hasn't been fixed, then it's going to cause a second one.
Yeah,
and it just
that's
happens
exactly
to
right.
be shorter.
And I don't think, here's what I think. I think when you installed the first one, the problem hadn't developed yet, and it developed in 5,000 miles. And when you installed the second one, it was already there, so it took 1,000 miles to manifest. I mean, it just seems too coincidental. And Lonnie, I know you hate hearing that, but I'm looking up this Street Smart. These streets, they have a great reputation for rebuilt transmissions.
Yeah, that's why I went with them. I didn't have time to build it myself.
Yeah, no, I get it. Hey, I would get, you need to get it checked out, bro. And like I said, before we go after Street Smart for another tranny, I would take it to Jeff and have it looked at. I mean, he can find that thing. He can find in a heartbeat and it could be something simple, which ends up now you've got 2 transmissions. Do they want the other one back?
Well, yeah, I've got it set up. I emailed them to send the pickup truck out. It's here and out of the truck now. I was unable to take it out until the 30th of April just because of time constraints and just other situations that I had to work on here.
Okay. Listen, man, I appreciate that you have problems, getting, like I said, the logistical stuff. Right now, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, it's 303-693-1400, or find your own expert, but I would go with Jeff, and I would, especially since he's talked to us, and I try to figure it out that way, because I am convinced it's outside of that transmission. We can have a friendly bet. How about that? 303-713-8255. By the way, in the house today, we got Deputy Chopper, and we have Deputy Marvel. Who else is there? Is that it?
Dollar.
Okay, so we got Dollar, we got Chopper, and we got Marvel. I feel sorry for her having to be with those 2 lugs. But anyway, I digress. We got Paul the Waterman here. I got my own lug here. Paul the Waterman for water. We have a quick question here. They want to know, is there a system that takes care of everything? Like the hardness, the forever chemicals, the pharmaceuticals, and drinking water. God, what's the most economical to take care of all of those?
So I do the whole house system. We call that the matrix, but
with the super duper pooper scooper, everything.
Right, everything,
including drinking water.
Well, drinking water is the
you add right.
Right, the point of use reverse osmosis. That's the only way to get out the pharmaceuticals.
So no matter what, you add that. So what's the system that takes out everything else?
That's the matrix, multimedia, KDF55 activated carbon, and resin.
Now, you're still going to beat the hell out of competition on that
all day long.
Like. Can you give me an idea of price range?
Yeah, we're looking at, for Martino listeners, I can do it for $39.95 installed.
And what would a comparable system cost with some of these other contracts? Be honest. I know what it costs.
Listen,
12 grand.
This morning I talked to a customer that called. The 3 other companies were out. They quoted him $12,000.
I know. I told you, 12 grand.
Yeah.
And then so add to that the water system at the kitchen.
The reverse osmosis, right? So we're looking about $5,500
for everything,
for
including
everything.
Drinking water.
Right.
303-713-8255. That's waterpros.net. More coming up. Or not.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
Some slowdowns over on the east end of town for the late morning commute. I-70 westbound under Central Park Boulevard. A crash in the carpool lane has stop and go back from Peoria. We're seeing about 5 minutes of delays. Further east and near DIA, E470 northbound between 64th Avenue and Toll Plaza D. Roadwork continues with stop and go traffic. About 5 minutes of delays there as well. Into downtown, I-25 southbound. Some usual busy traffic between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. The worst of the wind is over, it seems. Partly cloudy skies, high 62 degrees. Overnight low of 32. Tomorrow mostly sunny with a high of 60. The current temperature in Denver is 55 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to expresspros.com to find your location. That's expresspros.com.
Raise your hand. How many people think they'll never need a defense attorney? Good. And I hope that's true. What about you'll never need to refer someone to someone? Okay. Now, here's the deal. Life is not always perfect. Sometimes you miscalculate how much you drink, or you've done something stupid, get in a scuffle with a neighbor or at a bar. I'm serious. So many people call at the last minute saying, I need an attorney. Don't ever shop under pressure. Here's what Joe Lazzara pledges. He'll talk to you free of charge and go over your case and then give you a flat rate on representation. Lazzara, Joe Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, also at referralist.com, 303-429-6200. Hey, it's the season for RVs. Well, really, RVs are year-round because you can drive to warm climes, right? Well, LazyDays.com wants you to know that not only do they have new RVs, they have used ones, and they have everything from the big Class A's down to the pop-up campers. They have fifth wheels. They have beautiful. This River Ranch fifth wheel is probably the best thing to come along in a long time. It's all flat on one surface. It doesn't have that step up. You just got to see it. It's like pulling a motorhome. With all the storage underneath, it is such a cool thing. Plus, it's a fifth wheel. You got to look at it. And Lazy Days, of course, has all of them. LazyDays.com.
Wow. Thank you.
Hey, wow what? Wow what? Who
Do you know who Drake is?
Who you talking to?
Say it again, Kelly.
Do you know who Drake is?
The singer?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's it. I give the hell up.
What?
She is too white. She is not even a white supremacist.
She doesn't know who Drake is.
I've never heard of the guy.
And his home is getting raided right now in New York.
What?
Along with the who the hell was the other guy? The Puff Daddy deal. He's in on the Puff Daddy thing.
I was a racist.
Drake is getting raided.
I've never heard of this person.
Wow. Yeah, you probably don't listen to him in first class.
Good area.
Shut up. I swear to God, I'm going to come punch you.
Mm-hmm. I'll come punch
Shannon,
you too.
I
What?
haven't worked with you for like 3 days, and now I know why.
Yep.
Listen to them, don't you?
I'm good in small doses.
Oh, my God.
Oh, if you go back to offline, you can hear Kelly.
I've never...
And Tom.
Hold on.
I'm
You
Frank.
used to call me on my cell
No,
phone.
I'm asking Adam right now.
Now,
Lay down when you need my love.
the public don't hear it, but you do.
Call me on my
not-
cell phone.
That's... No. That's not a song.
Yep. I know when that hotline bling.
That's it. I'm
It
calling
can
Adam.
only mean
No,
one
I'm-
thing.
No, I guarantee you Adam has never heard of this guy. Although he did used to like listen to 80s hip hop and shit. But
So he
no.
knows all about Vanilla Ice.
No, well, yes. There's a very big Vanilla S. Okay, so I'm here with Shannon. Have you ever heard of somebody called Drake?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Well, you're a lot of help. Okay, bye.
So Drew's.
It makes sense that you have your own wing of the house and he doesn't even talk to you.
I swear to God, I'm just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go pee.
Uh huh.
I'm going to shake it off.
Is it that long?
Oh, my God.
I know when that hotline bling.
He's always trying to see some more.
Yeah, well, they're working behind the scenes.
So you haven't had Chick-fil-A?
I've had it.
Oh, their brownies are to die for now. God, that's how you get this problem.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I do want to talk to Kazan, whatever the frick.
He told me it's like cousin. Like your cousin. Cousin.
Cousin.
Cousin.
Cousin.
Cousin.
Cousin.
No, cousin. Yeah, cousin.
Cousin.
It's like your cousin. Like, have you ever kissed your cousin?
Kazani.
I kissed a cousin. Oh, boy, did I.
Kazani.
Cousin. He's not Italian. Oh, for God's sake.
So when I'm on this, these are, you can hear.
Right, you can talk to Tom.
On offline. Yeah.
Okay. When that was Kelly in there that was talking earlier? Oh, okay. And who else is in there? Shannon?
Shannon.
I can't really see.
No, you can't because of the reflection.
Yeah.
They see he's waving at you.
Can I help at all? Can I answer anything?
She's good, Shannon.
She's never been to Chick-fil-A either.
Who, Shannon? Or,
Who doesn't know Drake?
And who doesn't know Chick-fil-A? The chicken there. Here we go. Stand by.
Rock Station. Online at khow.com.
Coming up. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Don't forget 888heating.com. That's the risk-free service fee. $28 to service one item in your home. Includes a toilet if you need it fixed, if it's leaking, running, whatever, or just come and service it, or your water heater, whatever it is. And then your panel box, your plumbing, heating, electric, air. And then if anything else is needed, you get a basic service. If anything else is needed, they credit you the $28. That's 888heating.com. Let me give you that number. Dependable people we've known for years, 303-770-2776. Hey, let's talk about Kazan again, or cousin, or however you want to say. Kazan, I looked at a time machine. I looked back. So here's the problem. Xfinity in that year had 3 promotions. They had a gold promotion, a platinum promotion, and a diamond promotion. And I don't know which one kicked in when, but the gold promotion offered a $100 gift card for each phone. The platinum promotion offered $200, and the diamond offered $300. But some limitations applied and all of that. Given all of this, I do not have enough information to fight for you to say that they definitely offered that to you. Unless, you had a copy of the conversation or something. It just says that and usually you have to add a line. So it's not just substituting a phone, but adding a line. Did you add 2 new lines to Xfinity?
No, sir. I have to say to my son he do it because I'm not very professional for that.
No, what I'm asking is
I'm
this. Was this a brand new account with Xfinity?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if it's a brand new
But
account, that means you had 2 new lines, 2 new phones. So
Yes, sir.
depending on when you did it, you had one of these incentives. It could have been any one of them. I don't know what to say, man. There's no way I can go back and reconstruct that deal for you. I don't know. But what we can do is, we can warn others, though. You better start getting an app on your phone where you can record stuff or get everything transmitted in writing before accepting. That's all I can say. And I'm sorry I can't help you directly.
Well, no, thank you. I know you're a good try.
No, but Kazan, thank you very much for calling. It's a very good, it's something very good to bring up. Okay, now
I want to know.
Yes.
You better say to anybody when they decide to do that, be careful because they're not cheating. You know?
Oh,
Don't
absolutely,
believe in what
absolutely. 303-713-8255. Jeanette, what is happening with you, Jeanette?
Yeah, I bought a truck at Johnson's Auto Plaza, and 2020 brand new.
Oh, really?
71
Okay.
Silverado.
What kind? A Silverado, okay.
Yep, Silverado, a specialty truck as a rally sport. Supposed to be a rally sport truck, C71 with an RMT package. You couldn't see me walk around the front of it. It was pretty stacked.
And it was brand new in 2020.
Yeah, it had 200 miles on it. It had been sitting.
Okay, hold on a second because we're running out of time, and I want to come back and take you on this. I hope we can help you with it. Now, what is the problem in a word? What's the problem?
Bait and switch.
Uh-oh. I hope you got what you thought you were getting. Hang on, and we'll come and talk about that. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
That was passable. Thank you.
Passable?
Yeah.
Rally Sport.
Be a good kid's name.
Is that JR from the road, you think?
Yeah, because he
Got in L.A.
There's Sporty Bandemir.
Oh.
What's that damn movie with Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore? Where
50
it's all
First
80s?
Dates? 50 First Dates is a big one.
No. I'm thinking of the one where it takes place in the 80s.
Wedding Singer?
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. What's going on?
A lot of motor vehicles today. Okay, so let me tell you what happened.
So it's an issue with the sale, sir? It's an issue with the sale? With your sale. Okay, what's your name, sir?
That was before I realized who he was. So how long
Aren't they married?
All right, I have an open line, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible. Okay, there might be a little bit of a wait time, so I just.
Well, I know that.
And what was he doing make of the car?
Because I think Tom's Catholic.
Monday.
I don't
Gotcha.
know.
All
I'm
right.
just assuming that's all Italians are Catholic. That's not true.
do whatever.
Yeah, but I'm just, that's why he might have said.
The only reason I bring that up is
He's
most
referred
of
to
that
him
movie
several times.
is your type of music. It's like the
Because my friend,
flock, like the
I met
the
him
band that he was in had the flock of seagulls hairdo.
Well, Grosse Point Blank is spot on, too.
Oh, well, I mean, I love the movie. I do some of the songs, but it's like Mirror in the Bathroom only is good because they're basically wrapping up the body. Yeah. English beat, whatever the hell that.
but she told me she lived in Monterey, so that's probably why he has two houses, because he may have lived out there and then moved in with her.
I think they both had houses. But
That's
yeah,
my point.
Yeah. he runs the one at Cherry Creek, wherever that is, as a studio. That's where he's at now. And if you want to talk about things that you don't want him, or if you want to talk about things that you don't want Tom or the YouTubers, you can just leave it on program.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't say that.
Hey, Tom.
What?
And I do that
What?
a lot.
Can you hear you?
Oh, yeah. I think.
What? You know, just not to turn on your microphone, right?
I know.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're tolerable.
Okay.
He's gotta pod you up, Dollar.
No, nobody has to pod
Hey,
anything
Tom.
up. He's up. Tom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What?
Hey.
You got $1 looking for you.
What, Dollar?
Hey, I sent you a text over the weekend to see if I could get the name of those car transport companies
Oh, yeah.
because Marty's wife is looking to try and get their car back to Florida.
So they're not coming out here again?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
They're selling their place
Yeah.
in Boulder.
Is Frank doing it?
I don't think so. He used Frank to buy it, but
He's going with that Troy Hansford guy. Pretty upsetting.
He sells more houses in Colorado.
I don't think she can. No reaction. God, she'd be a good poker player. Look at her.
you talking about Stormy?
Who's Stormy?
Daniels?
Oh.
I know I'd like to poker. I'd play poker with her. What? Although I don't have any hush money on me. Here's what's killing me. How many times have we not heard about a hush money situation because it worked? Somebody shut the hell up when they got the money. Shut up! That's all I'm asking.
Hey, Tom.
Kelly's back.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Did you give Deputy Marvel call screener access?
I will. What I need her email.
Okay, I'll get that.
Text it to me.
Thank you.
Going to get an email from a female.
Oh my God.
What?
I swear to God, I may kill you.
Well, I think I'm quoting a Drake song.
I can get it to Tom.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got the worst stuff. Some of it is so squeaky.
And you're giving me crap because I don't know him?
Oh, no. I admire the fact that you don't know somebody as popular as him.
He's not popular.
Ah!
It's a city
Drake,
up by,
Billboard record.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
by Fort Collins.
and the tourist trap. They sell salt.
Drake
water.
has 9 number 1 debuts on the Hot 100. He's debuted at number 1 9 times.
Okay.
It's the next as you go down to Fort Collins from Estes Park.
Oh,
it's right down from Estes Park too.
Yeah.
Can I go sleep in your van next hour?
If you don't mind me showing up the hour after that.
Okay.
Right,
I'll think it
are
over.
you saying we'll be there at the same time?
No.
I've thought about it, not you specifically, but
That'd be weird.
and I sort of hooked up in the van. My favorite was used to drive a woman to her domestic abuse classes because she threatened to kill her husband, and she was cheating on me with her husband to get back at him for cheating on her. And so she texted him a death threat, and I had to drive her to her little classes, and we'd hook up in the parking lot before she'd go to class. That was. I've never really won a trophy, but that one I'm putting on the wall as a. Oh, that was awesome. But I digress. Here we go.
Here we go.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Trouble Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK is the number, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Call with any and all problems. We've had some interesting problems today that can teach us all lessons. By the way, Paul the Waterman's with us. That's waterpros.net, the best water systems, lowest prices. Plus, I can't help but tell you about Denver Regen. If you want to lose weight, you can do it for $250 a month, denverregen.com. That's semaglutide, believe it or not, no shortage, compounded form, sent to your door with injection supplies and also doctor consultations, denverregen.com. So some of the calls. Well, one thing we need to talk about, this idea of waiting when you have a problem. This one guy that had a rebuilt transmission in March. Well, no, that he didn't wait. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. The guy that went to Caliper Collision in 2019. Now think about that. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 5 years ago. 5 years ago. He said the Bondo cracked. First of all, he should have never settled for Bondo when he did a quarter panel. The other insurance was paying for it. They cheaped out. But he was upset with it. He said it happened right after the repair, right? Like a year later or within a year. But they never fixed it. Now, I understand he just found out about the show, so he says, I'm going to call that guy. That's great. I understand that. But after 5 years, there's nothing you can do. There's statutes of limitation on fraud, breach of contract, all of that. Suffice it to say, there's nothing we can do. He needs to just get it fixed the right way. Now, this guy ordered a transmission, and both of them the transmission started slipping where it won't drive. Now, our expert, Jeff Vick at Kimmer Transmission, that's too coincidental. I said it too, meaning that something's got to be in common with both of those transmissions where it happened. The first one took a while to happen, and then once the problem developed with the truck, the second one happened much sooner, the slippage. Jeff said it could be a stuck valve or something, pinched line, something in between, but probably not both transmissions doing the same exact thing. I mean, and this is from a good rebuilder. Now we're talking to Jeanette, who bought a 2020 Chevy Rally Sport at Johnson's Auto Plaza. She bought it new. And what's the problem?
Well, as I was taking it in to get serviced, and I started noticing changes with the truck.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It started driving rougher. This truck drove like a Cadillac. And then it started driving like a Pepsi can. And
now, wait, it started driving rough after it went in for service?
Yes.
After which service?
I went in to get it torqued. I went in to get it torqued down. I went in.
What does that mean?
The transmission was slipping.
Wait,
I'm not certain.
So hold on.
I was told that it needed to be torqued down. I really got taken advantage
You
of.
took it in originally because the transmission was slipping.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And that was under warranty?
Yes, but they said there was nothing wrong. I would bring it in because of a noise, and they said they didn't find anything at all. My truck got lower. You couldn't see me walk around the truck. The nose of it was to the top of my head, and now I can wash the top of it.
Now, wait a minute. You're telling me when you went in and you took your truck in, they didn't find anything, but the appearance of your truck changed.
No, the truck body itself was fine. I didn't think to look underneath. I just noticed, I started looking at old pictures of when I got the truck, and the leaf springs, there were 3 to 4 now, and everything was rhino blasted underneath. And I thought it didn't look right.
So what are you getting at, Jeanette? Are you getting at they switched your truck?
They switched some significant parts out or switched the truck itself. I don't know how they did it.
Well, I don't
how they were
think
doing it.
no one would be insane enough to do that. You have a
Well,
VIN number
I have
in 3 or
pictures.
4 or 5 places. Have you checked your
I have
VIN numbers?
pictures. Yes, I have. It's that deep.
No,
I have
okay,
pictures
let's
when I
take
bought
one
the
thing at a
truck
time.
Of everything. I've had it inspected.
Jeanette,
and
one
they
thing at a time.
confirmed
Do
it.
you have
Yep.
do you have the same VIN numbers?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so they didn't switch out the truck. So what did they do? What is exactly, did they take out leaf springs?
They were taking it down to stock and replacing other parts with used parts. The
Why
shocks
would
were
they do
blown
that?
out. I don't know.
So you're
I don't know.
saying they
13
did
people
something
in the
to your
area.
truck that changed the
Yes.
entire nature of how it drives and the suspension.
Yes.
How the hell
I
would
went
we
to get
ever
the tires.
verify that?
I got the tires rotated. I went to get the tires rotated at Peerless, and they said they wouldn't put tires on it because it was to a vehicle over 200,000 miles. And
Wait.
just proven
They
50.
said that your vehicle looks like it has 200,000 miles on it?
Yep, when I went to get the tires rotated.
Wait. What did they say looked like it had 200,000 miles on it?
I don't know where the tire goes on, where the bolts come out, where you slide the tire on with the calipers and everything.
Yeah, but Jeanette, I need you to help me understand. What are you thinking they changed out your wheel hubs?
They changed out a great deal underneath. Yeah. Yep.
How that
They kept
did
my truck
anyone
for
else
days
ever
for a
service
30-minute
that truck
job.
since you've had it? And you mentioned rhino coating. Did you have rhino coating on it before?
Yes, and a skid plate, and that's not there either, and it's all rusted, and they switched out good parts.
How long did they have your truck?
One time for 3 days, one time for 2 days, and I found a GPS on my truck as well.
Wait, a GPS meaning you never had a GPS?
Correct.
When you
A
bring this
tracker.
up to the dealer, what do they say? They think you're crazy, right?
No, he said, well, the salesperson asked me, he said, it's being taken down to stock, isn't it? I said, yeah, I guess that's what they're doing.
Well, you mean
And,
it
he
wasn't
said
when you
no
bought
more.
it brand new?
Mm-hmm.
It was stock, right?
Yep. As a RMT package, it had a high performance exhaust.
Okay.
had a,
Okay.
suspension,
So do you
everything
have
overhaul.
Hold on. Do you have the original Maroni sticker?
Yes.
Does it show those performance parts?
Yep.
Okay. That's good. Can you do me a favor?
Yep.
I want you to take a picture or a photocopy or some kind of copy of that Maroni sticker. Then I want you to make a note of everything that was taken off. You actually have the Maroni sticker from when you bought it. So that proves that stuff was on there. And I want you to highlight for me whatever is no longer there.
I've done all that.
Can you send
I
that
need
to
a
me?
lawyer at this point.
Can you send that to me?
Yes, I can.
When did
Yep.
this
I have
happen?
before pictures. This has happened over a period of the past year and a half.
Wait a minute. You
Because
mean
I-
they take
I
off
went to
stuff a little
Indiana.
at a wait. They take stuff off a little at a time?
I'm not certain. I don't know if it's when I just.
Jeanette,
You
why
know.
would you keep going back there?
Because I had to argue with them about
Jeanette,
it.
I don't.
I've been
Jeanette, I'm going to
emailing
ask another
corporate.
question. I'm going to ask another
Uh-huh.
question. And I promise you're going to be upset with me, but I don't mean it to upset you.
Okay.
Have you had other weird things happening in your life?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. Now,
But it's
Jeanette,
just
I'm
my life.
asking this. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out
Mhm.
if there's something bigger going on here, maybe that has nothing to do with the car dealer. Maybe someone else is doing. What other weird things have been going on?
My son's car, the same thing. It's totally different. It's not an SXT.
So your son's car's been switched out too?
Radio, yeah, and I bought that at Johnson's as well.
All right. What else? What else?
Things missing from my house and things like that.
Okay. Hey, Jeanette, do me a favor. Send me that sticker, okay? Send me that Maroney sticker. Kachina, could you get her the information on how to get that to us? 303-7, and let me know when she's off. 303-713-8255. I'll have a comment on that coming back. I'm Tom Martino.
Thank you.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Kitchens, Baths, Finished Basements, Windows and Doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-370 or drhi.com.
With unrest in the world and a
Gosh dang it.
protection of your retirement assets.
It's a 10-second. Hang on.
More on Retirement Realized Radio with Chad Owen. Saturday at 3 p.m. and Sunday at 9 a.m. on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
You know, we get this question a lot. People get in an injury and they say, you know, it wasn't my fault. It was clearly someone else's fault. They even admitted it. In fact, they got a ticket. So why is it when I go to get my medical treatment, I can't just send the bills to them? This is something we're asked all the time, John. What is the answer? John Fuller, personal injury attorney, who means it when he says personal, myaccidentlawyer.co, where he does give you that one-on-one attention from the get-go. John, why can't they just not pay those bills and let the party at fault pay them?
Yeah, it's a great question. Comes up almost every day.
Right.
The common misconception is that the person responsible for your damages is going to have to pay your bills as they're being incurred. However, that person's insurance company has a 100% fiduciary duty to ensure that that person is covered by not depleting any of their coverage until they receive in return a release that lets them off the hook completely. So in reality, they never pay bills as they're being incurred. They always wait till the end. You have to self-figure out how to finance and cover all of your medical bills and your damages until the end of the case, when we do one settlement with the at-fault party for all of the damages. That's the way it's always been in Colorado, and no matter what the nice person at the ER or anybody else along the way tells you, those bills are not going to get paid by the guy that caused the accident. Give us a call. We can help make some sense out of this whole mess. This is all we do, is help people in accidents.
Wow, that's well put, John. And he will, of course, give you the attention that you need and the information you need when you need it most. Find out with the Fuller difference, and that's what I call it. myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500.
Michael Brown here for Aspen.
Hey, how much time do I have?
Thank you, sir.
How much time? Hello?
Sorry, 2.5.
Yeah, you son of Did Jeannie get the invitation? Find out.
We think so.
Did you get the invitation for the screening? He just asked if you got the invitation.
Hey, Ideal, back in the next break. Is that true?
What's that?
Ideal, back in the next break here, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
Ideal is back?
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I'm not actually sleeping. I'm doing the Donald Trump. I just close my eyes so I can listen. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
Okay. Not recently, to be honest with you. You know,
You know why they call it a Maroney sticker, right?
yes, because of the guy that the legislator.
The Oklahoma legislator, yeah.
What do you think? I'm a dummy?
Well, I would never call you that. Misguided, sure, but not a dummy. It's so fun.
A little state legislator have, caused that to happen.
I want this thing to run a few seconds over. I don't know.
Shannon, was he in Congress or the state?
He was, it's Almer Stillwell Mike Maroney, Democratic Senator from Oklahoma. So, U.S.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. ProBidEnergy.com. Remember that for solar. ProBidEnergy.com. We talk a lot about solar on this show. They're good people. They're doing commercial systems and getting them paid 75-80% of it with grants and special financing. That's ProBidEnergy.com. Also residential. Hey, we just had someone drop off. I wanted to talk about the issue with this truck. And I think you guys know where I'm going with it, right? When she started talking about her truck changing, the appearance and all that, and then she said it's happening to her sons. At least she admitted that to me, right? Because maybe she knew where I was going, maybe she didn't. And then she said weird things with things missing from her house. Now, I've done enough study. I don't know why, but I guess all my years on the air of talking with people, I've done my good share of talking to people where I can identify certain anomalies. One of them is paranoid schizophrenia or a deep depression that causes a distrust, but it all centers around a paranoia. And those who have listened to me for many, many years knows this. I mean, we could have, no one wants to make fun of somebody like this, right? Some of the stories get very, very wild. Over the years, I've sent Mark out on stories where, and by the way, Mark and Suzanne are working today. We have many businesses, and I just need to tell people that so they wonder where they are. They think they're always on vacation. And but anyway, so Mark has gone out on a number of these, and inevitably, he'll come back and say it's one of those, and then we nod. It's someone who is suffering from some kind of mental illness. Now, that doesn't mean that the companies they deal with are 100% perfect. But many times when problems start going wrong, or when problems happen and things go wrong, what happens is people start piecing that together and then imagining even more. And they take it personally. So there are all kinds of people we come against that this happens to. And the reason I mention this, you could end up chasing your tail if this ever happens to one of your loved ones. And here's the most phenomenal thing in the world about these people. They can convince people, I swear to God, they can convince them that they are 100% on track. I know a woman, she's perfect in every way, except had an illusion, or I call it an illusion, that someone came in. This is just one of many examples I have over the years. and selectively took a few items from her jewelry box. Not all her jewelry, not her money, not her artwork, not her cash, nothing else, nothing. Just selectively took a few items out of her jewelry box, and they did it over a period of time. So they'd come in one night and take one thing, come in the next night, take something else, come in the next night. Now, when you try to reason with people and say, well, why would they do that? They always have reasoning. Well, they don't want to be caught. They thought they would do this. And we know this. We know a real thief's going to come in and take out a big sack, maybe have that mask on like we see in the cartoons, and they're going to just start heaping things into a bag and leaving. And she said, well, he wouldn't do that because it'd wake me up. So you're saying he comes in when you're asleep. Takes all that time and effort to come in when you're asleep, even though you leave the house much of the time. But he waits until you're asleep, comes in while you're asleep, and then takes things selectively. Instead of once he gets in there and he doesn't wake you up, why not just use that opportunity to take everything? Because you're sleeping. Why take a chance that he can do that 3 or 4 nights in a row? Now, you would think that normally people would just discount this and say she either misplaced it or whatever, or she's imagining it, whatever. But you would be shocked at how many people this person got to believe her. You'd be shocked, saying, well, I think this did it. I think the neighbor did. I think that so-and-so did it. I think there's somebody, or a landscaper or whatever. Now, that's just one example. We have had so many people over the years, and I'll tell you why. Because they're listening to the show, and they figure, oh, this guy cares about people. He's going to help. He's going to kick some ass. He's going to find out who's really doing this. I'm going to show everyone, this is really what's happening. And they call me. I'm neutral to them. I'm not dangerous. I don't think they're crazy. I don't think, I'm not their relative. I'm not, and especially I'm not taking part in it, according to them. So that's what happens. Now, Julia, what's going on? Hi, Julia.
Supers in the self-checkout.
Yeah.
I was done checking out, and then it told me I needed service. So I'm thinking, okay, I didn't do anything, but the gal comes over, and what happens is they have a new camera set up now, and my purse was wide open, sitting in my basket, and the camera showed a picture of it on the screen, the checkout screen, for everybody to see what's in my purse, and she had to come over and look in it and make sure that it wasn't goods or something. And I'm thinking that's kind of wrong.
You know what, though? In a way, I know exactly what you're saying. In another way, I feel so badly for these stores. I mean, there is so much thievery and shoplifting going on. So this camera is trained in such a way that it's looking just for purses, or do you think it's just trained on the cart?
No, I think it's trained on the cart, and my purse happened to be there wide open because I had taken my wallet out.
Okay.
But, I have a concealed carry. If I had my gun in there or something, what are they going to do? Is somebody monitoring that? Or
they would have called police, probably thinking you're a weirdo.
I can see both sides of that, but I just want people to know that that's a new system in My King Supers now.
So listen, let me ask you something. Your purse was wide open. They could see that you didn't put anything in it. Why did they have to look at your purse?
Oh, no, they had to look at it on the screen where you check out.
But she didn't go through your purse, did she?
No, she did not.
That would be an illegal search. Yeah, okay, good.
Okay. She said, oh, it's just your purse. She said, it's a new camera system we have, and it looks
Oh, I see. So it triggered them to look further because they saw an open purse.
Well, they saw something in the cart.
And they don't want, let me get this straight, Julia, because I don't understand. They don't want to see anything in the cart until after you're done.
Yeah, once you check out, if there's still something in your cart, no matter what it is.
Oh, I get it. After you check out, they want to make sure, okay, all right, I think I'm getting this. Well, who knows what kind of algorithms they have right now? I mean, that's kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just something for people to know. If you have something like that in your purse, your concealed carry or something, you such a person or don't take it in.
Let me ask you something. You have a concealed carry, right?
I do.
How
I
long
do.
have you had it?
4 years.
And I'm just curious more than anything when I talk to people every day. What was the reason you got it?
You know, because I'm getting older and I take mine in the car now if I go out of town. I don't carry it around town.
Mm-hmm.
It's only for if I go out of town because I go by myself a lot.
Yeah.
So,
And you know, the way I understand it, and I don't, you probably took the classes, but I heard that even with a concealed carry, there are certain places you're not allowed to take the gun, right? If they have a policy against it. Like you can't go into a school with a concealed carry, right?
No federal building, no banks. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so okay. And schools, federal buildings, banks. What about if a store or a private company says no firearms?
Then you don't take it in, and it'll be posted on the door somewhere before you go in the facility.
And you honor all of those requests?
Yes.
Okay. I was always curious about that. What if you go to another state?
Well, Wyoming's pretty wide open. I know in Alaska, they're wide open too, but if you should pass a policeman, you know, or whatever, you signal to them that you've got a gun on your person.
Tom?
It's mandatory.
Wait.
So
If you come across a law enforcement or just see one?
No, we walked into a store. My brother had his concealed carry on, and a sheriff walked by, and he pointed to him and then pointed to his gun, so the guy knew he had a concealed carry. Because up in Alaska, lots of times private people have to help them out because it's such a wide open area, you know, for them to cover.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Julia, for all that information. Deputy Chopper, what were you going to say?
States that border Colorado will maybe honor Colorado's CCW, and that's about as good as it gets.
Did you keep your CCW?
I have a federal retired one, yes.
So is that different when you're a cop?
Yeah, it's good in all the states. New York may give you some trouble with it, but it's legal.
But you can't
in all
travel
states.
with it like on a plane, obviously.
If you go through the procedures, yes, you not on the plane. You can put it in your luggage.
Okay. So what about regular police officers? Obviously, when they're on duty, transporting or doing something, are they allowed to bring firearms on a plane?
If they're going to maybe transport a prisoner, yes, but otherwise, no, it has to go in the luggage.
Okay, thanks. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Very nice.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Calming down throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south through Castle Rock to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town and west of downtown, 6th Avenue eastbound, we're still seeing some stop-and-go traffic on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. On the south end through Aurora and the Tech Center, 225 north and southbound, no complaints. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 62 today, overnight low of 32. Mostly sunny tomorrow, drop in temperatures with a high of 60. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live U.S.-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, you know, with Ideal Home Loans, people are saying, why should I refinance if I have such a low rate? My friends at Ideal have a theory. Even though your rate might be higher if you refi, a little higher, here's the deal. You can take advantage of the rates to get rid of the even higher rates, 18, 19, 20% of credit cards and other debt. And your blended rate, by the time you're done, you will be paying less every month. So in the big picture, you're actually saving money. And with Ideal Home Loans, they're the only ones offering the interest rate guarantee. So once you're in a loan with them, if rates change and go down, they refinance you free of charge. I want you to call for details, 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com. I also want to tell you about Fix It 24/7. I can't believe the extraordinary bang they made yesterday. Wow, when they offered this extreme clean special. Sorry, too late. They have so many respond, but you can still get it for $39, which is still an incredible deal. $39 for an extreme clean of your AC and a no breakdown guarantee. They take it apart to the extent they can and practically refurbish it. Find out more, fixmyhome.com. Okay, lazy days, you hear me talk about them. Lazy days, you know what that denotes, right? Great times in your RV. LazyDays.com, the RV authority, new and used RVs. They'll even buy your used RV. They also have great selections from Class A's all the way down to pop-ups. I love the new fifth wheels. Go check them out. Bumper pulls. LazyDays.com. Now, how
Very
much
nice.
time, you moron?
You call me?
How much time?
Till I come over there and kick your ass?
I
5
said
minutes.
moron. So go ahead.
Because you have
not
to-
5 minutes, 4 minutes. Sorry, go.
Thanks. I want to get coffee.
Good luck.
Because you have to put your. So
put some-
imagine this: everything is behind glass.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
you have to actually. It's it's a vending machine. It's a big old vending machine.
I'm hip to the grab and go.
Yep. And
There's 100
so
people
you
watching.
place your card on,
Give 'em-
and it
You
literally
have a what
has
now?
a tip jar right there.
Oh, a card on, not hard. Okay,
Yes, not a hard on, sweetheart.
card on.
went to the judge.
Card on. I almost said to a little feller who was manning the grab and go at Walmart yesterday, "Watch out, you might get grabbed." And then go.
Going to
Little,
lose your
little
life.
fella.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the.
Because juries will sit there and go, well, I got a bad ticket from a cop too once, and I know what that person went through, and not guilty. I never won one to a jury. And like I said, I never lost one to the judge. As a matter of fact, my judge liked me so much, he told, because the bailiff told me, Ursel told us that if you said the sun came up over the mountains that morning, he would believe you that the sun came up over the mountains.
Where were you?
In Denver.
Oh, in Denver.
Oh, yeah. I was a traffic cop my first 4 years, so I know traffic.
So 4 years ago, I went on a rock trip, and it was the experience from hell. Right after that, everybody got sick, like throwing up. I mean, it was just, we had the norovirus.
Oh, gosh.
And didn't know it. We thought maybe it was food poisoning or something. Long story short, it was in
Hey, Chopper.
Utah. So
Yo, Chopper.
limit there was 80.
Could you hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, got all the right buttons pushed. You got me? Is it my imagination, or after 40 years of driving, are there more speed traps, for lack of a better term, around the end of the month? Last 10 days, last week of the month?
Like I used to tell people, there's no such thing as quotas. We could write as many as we want. And I don't know anything. The only thing that used to be by date, Shannon,
Yeah.
was the old inspection stickers on the windshield.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. There was obviously an increase then.
Okay.
Never that I knew of.
And it could be my imagination, coincidence, whatever. I've certainly never heard anything, but I thought about asking somebody. I thought about asking a cop sitting on the side of the road the other day. I pulled over lots of cops. Hey, I got a question for you. How does this work?
Yeah, I jailed a few people that did that.
I asked the head of the state patrol if it's okay in a 65 to go 69 because I think it's funny. Here we go.
1-6400. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Paul the Waterman's with us, don't forget that. And we got a lot to talk about with that. And I want to talk to Mike now about concealed carry question he has. Maybe Chopper can answer that. Ex-cop or former cop. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, Tom. Wanted to give you some better information about concealed carry.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So if you go to a website called usconcealedcarry.com, it will show you a map called the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Map in Gun Laws. And basically, a Colorado permit is good for probably 4/5 of the United States, except for the West Coast, Minnesota, Illinois, New York, and the states around New York.
Okay. And
as far as a business having to sign up, no weapons, I ignore those because if I'm caught with my weapon in their business, it's nothing more than a trespass ticket saying don't come back here.
Okay.
And my right to self-defense trumps their sign.
Tom?
Okay. So, how long have you been carrying?
8 years.
Okay. What precipitated it for you?
I used to work at public safety, and as a public servant without a weapon on duty, I have taken so many illegal firearms off of convicted felons that it taught me to go get my permit.
You know what always fascinated me is where they advertise this is a no gun zone or gun-free zone, as if they feel that's going to make them safe. I've always been fascinated by that. Like, even if it is gun-free, when you announce that, you're saying to a criminal, "Come and get us."
Exactly.
I mean, I've often found it for someone to go through the trouble and time to legally possess a firearm and carry it, they would, in my opinion, be the least problem. And it's not all the people with concealed carries walking in and out of buildings that you have to worry about. It's all the people that are breaking laws. And I often found it fascinating. In fact, I also found it fascinating that the crime rate, the true crime rates among those who legally possess a firearm are next to nothing.
And despite all the hype about, just call the police, the situation's going to be over by the time you get off the phone with their dispatcher. The only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, period.
Now, I think to the defense of people who are upset or don't want concealed carries, here's what I'm thinking, that perhaps they feel they will be misused in time of crisis, or instead of just, walking away. Who knows? I'm saying the stats don't show that, but I'm positive that's probably why they feel they're bad things to have. But I don't want to, it's a tough discussion to get into. It's really tough to get into because there are so many people who just believe that, no guns, no guns, no guns, and advertise no guns, and we'll all be safer for it. And I'm not, I know that there are nuts out there, but I have never understood why everyone is a nut, or everyone, why do we assume that even the criminals are going to follow any of the laws? It just flies in the face of logic to me.
Tom,
Anyway.
I have a question for Mike.
I don't know if he's still on there. Go ahead.
Mike, would you agree if you are carrying a concealed weapon properly, then no one will know if you're violating that store sign or anything?
Absolutely. I carry a subcompact 10-round semi-automatic, and nobody knows it's there. I can have my hand in the pocket of my zippered hoodie and be able to shoot through that pocket and take care of a situation.
Well, I hope you never had to.
No, not yet.
Okay. And let me ask you something. Having that, does it make you want to? Does it give you an itchy finger? I mean, this is what people think. This is what their fear is.
No, I'll tell you what, Tom. It's the exact opposite.
But you do know that's what people think, right?
Oh, absolutely, because they're uninformed. And they're the ones that are going to be the victims because they don't have enough courage to carry and information and education to carry. I hope I never have to pull this weapon because I'm going to spend the rest of the day with the cops filling out reports, and if I do have to use it, there's both the criminal side of the situation and the civil side of the situation because somebody in the family is probably going to come after me for hurting or killing little baby Bob that never did anything wrong.
By the way, how does insurance work on that? I mean, I wonder how your liability or homeowners or anything, do they ask about concealed carries?
No, they don't, but that's an important point that I want to bring up. There are several niche insurance companies out there where you can buy insurance for concealed carry. And what I mean by that is if you have to pull your gun, they give you an emergency number, and you call that number, and a firearm rights attorney will answer the phone and will meet you at the police station to defend you both for the criminal charges and for the civil charges.
All right, hold on. We got to, I mean, not hold on, but thank you. I got to make this break. I'm Tom Martino.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Calming down throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through.
Like me, with my finger over the next event button, itchy trigger finger.
Back to town and west of downtown, 6th Avenue eastbound. We're still seeing some stop-and-go traffic on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. On the south end through Aurora and the Tech Center, 225 north and southbound. No complaints. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 62 today, overnight low of 32. Mostly sunny tomorrow, drop in temperatures with a high of 60. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale is here. Save up to $500 on select adjustable bed sets like the all-new Temper Adapt collection with advanced pressure relief to help reduce aches and pains. Plus, get a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Hurry into Mattress Firm today.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. You've heard him a lot on this show as our expert. He can be your expert, too, at myaccidentlawyer.co. You know, somebody once asked, Tom, why do you advertise so much for personal injury attorneys? And I'll tell you why. First of all, one personal injury attorney, John Fuller. And why do I do it? Because I think no matter how much you hear about it, it doesn't register until something happens to you. That's why I want to plant the seed. So if ever you're injured, you don't have to do a lot of thinking. You figure, I'll check with John Fuller, because here's what I know will happen. You're going to talk to John Fuller, not a call center, not an intake committee. You will talk to John. He'll talk to you about your case. If you feel good and want to hire him, there's no obligation. But if you do, it's on a contingency fee basis, and he will work for you. You also get his cell phone number. He is pledged only to work with the cases he can directly do. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. Hey, Genesis Total Exteriors. Do you know why I love working with Genesis so much? I've known Mark for 25 years, and I'll tell you why I love working with him. He has all the newest and latest products, like smog-eating roof. I swear to you, smog-eating roof. That is a roof that turns the air next to it into harmless vapors and nitrogen. So when the water hits your roof, it actually does good for your soil and your house, and any air that infiltrates your house is actually purified. I know it sounds crazy, right? It's one of the things he loves doing. The latest and greatest products, all of the exteriors of your home handled on one invoice, one point of contact, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. So what did you read about the Boy Scouts? What is it going to be called? And what is the reason for that, did they say? To be...
God, for some reason, Ryan keeps bringing Kelly food. I mean, at some point, go. What was her name? Shiivo? Who was the?
Yeah.
Where they pulled the.
There was a
feeding
movie
tube
made about that.
God, Ryan, at some point, stop feeding the monster.
Shut up, Shannon.
Yeah, that. I told him, I said, it's a hunger strike, Ryan. Stop feeding her.
You're such a dork.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Speaking of River to the Sea and hunger strikes, did you see that on the list of demands from one of the...
Oh, my God, the gluten food and...
Well, that they specifically said, no bagels!
Yeah, no bagels.
Your genocidal bagels can't come up here in a basket.
But did you see that they also asked for vegan and gluten-free
Oh,
food?
God.
Like,
And a pallet of Massengill. Jesus criminy.
like, I will kill you.
You should be heading back to class.
It's terrible. Oh my God, I'm never gonna eat all this.
I'll just chomp on that pickle. Did he bring you a pickle?
No, I did not. I'm
Hot
sorry.
bellies, what's going on?
Because I hate you.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Ben, you have a question? Go ahead, Ben.
Yes, Tom. My question's for Chopper. I don't know if you can help me. I do have a carry concealed permit, and I had a company that if I had to use my weapon, I could call them for legal advice. And I lost a dang card, and I'm wondering if he can tell me how to recover one.
You mean it was an organization? Was it sponsored by the NRA? Do you know?
Yes, it was. I took a class down at I'm thinking it's in Arapahoe County or Littleton County, and you pay like, I think $110 a year, and if you need legal advice, you had a card to call this number.
Tom?
Chopper, have you ever heard of it?
Oh, yes, I have heard of it, and I want to apologize to people. My CCW is from law enforcement experience. I really am not an expert on CCW for the civilian carry.
Okay. There is a U.S. Concealed Carry Association that I just found that offers free guidance and information. It's called the U.S. Concealed Carry Association. And
Tom, I think that'll do it.
So just look that up. And what they do is they have firearms law attorneys who specialize in gun laws, and they do free consultations and advice for people who need an immediate question or had to use their gun or whatever. It's U.S. Concealed Carry Association. Okay, Mike, you have another comment. Go ahead, Mike. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
People probably haven't heard of this, but the night of the Aurora Theater shootings, there was another guy with a gun in a movie theater, I think maybe in Minnesota, that got dropped by a patron with a concealed carry firearm.
Oh, wow. I'm running out of time. If you want to talk more, hang on. I'm Tom Martino. I'll take all of your calls coming up, plus Paul the Waterman. Man, we got off on a...
We can go in. We can walk in there if you want.
Okay.
Let's see.
Because I'm very routine, it is now time for my token 260 calories.
Right. I was going to tell you about my experience driving home from
Do please.
Utah.
I will tell you, state patrolmen have no sense of humor, and tickets to them is gold.
Terrible. It was terrible.
Oh, I know.
I got a very bad ticket.
The mayor of New York said Rikers Island's ready for Trump.
Huh?
The mayor of New York said Rikers Island is prepared for Donald Trump.
Tom, I'm talking about Yosemite and Hampton. Remember that studio?
Where? Kenyon?
Yosemite and Hampton up on Kenyon
Yeah.
with Barenfeld and everything.
I've done my share of destroying things up there.
That was a ton of fun. Where we would be standing in the same room. Do you remember? You had like Champion Windows or somebody come in and build a window between us because there was nothing between the board and you talking. You remember that?
Yeah.
All right.
You
Let's
were
go
like
back.
3 feet away.
Yep. So it was a lot easier.
But I was able to throw things.
So did I. You little shit. No offense. And Tom, on your side of the studio, remember there was the AP ticker. You remember in that big soundproof box they had the dot matrix printer for the news, the breaking news? Was that AP or UPI? Remember, Tom?
What about it?
The printer was on your side of the booth.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that big box back there?
That's right. Good memory.
Well, because I'd look through the window at Carla with a K.
God, they're both dead.
Yep. I can't believe she went first. All right, I'll get out of your hair.
Well, there's always got to be a killer and a killie.
Epic come over.
At least there's enough to do so. I'm responsible for putting out the Kelly.
I'm sure that's a really challenging.
Oh, some days are harder than others, especially when she tries to say Chick-fil-A is disgusting.
I have. I just don't like it. I can't believe like.
It doesn't become official until February 2025.
Silly.
Basically, well, we start off with.
Good on those sex suits.
Did you send Tom your email? Okay, so he'll get you set up on the sheet. The thing with this is because I have to get out of it. Anybody just know that's very quickly the rate based on the velocity. Not one so I have to get out of it. So you drive safely. You should be able to. So this is we've got rid of those, but see on the bill says so we just have two colors. But you also have access. I set you up on that computer over there, so you can also see it over there. Yeah. Right. And that updates. This might you might need to like you might need to push on it.
I don't know that I'm just gonna download that email.
But you should be set up on that other computer.
Early on.
Of course, I thought the same of Bo.
It's really we're the boring.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I think she was just a little overwhelmed by the amount of time.
Well, they should every time.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Website, Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
tipped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This is the Consumer Show where we solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life a little easier. And we do it with just about anything we can talk about. Not just dollars and cents, but sometimes just common sense. Even neighbor versus neighbor, trouble at work, career, whatever it is. We've been discussing problems for 45 years in Denver and more than that elsewhere. And what we do is look for a solution. We really do, no matter what the problem. So right now, I want to welcome Paul the Waterman, and that's waterpros.net. We were talking about water. And the reason I'm a big bugaboo about water is because it's the number one nutrient in our body, and then food. We live longer without food than we will without water. And water is essential. Also, water can be destructive because of what it carries. And there's no way, with the way we're living right now, whether you're into ecology or not, we all know that there are pollutants in air and water, and we adapt to them to a certain extent. But nanoplastics now are being found in everything, along with forever chemicals and pharmaceuticals. So those are the three big things, right? We're talking about forever chemicals, PFAs, nanoplastics, and you have basically pharmaceuticals. Those are nasty. So you need different systems to filter out different things, but you can get them all at the kitchen sink really inexpensively for drinking water. But I want to know this. If you had to pick one of those, okay, there's a fourth thing, hardness. But correct me if I'm wrong, Paul. The hardness part of water isn't a health concern. It's mainly a plumbing concern, a skin concern, like skin feeling and health, and maybe clothing, laundry. What do you think? The hardness part is the least dangerous, is what I'm thinking.
It's the least dangerous, but were you aware that hard water causes kidney stones and gallstones?
How? By drinking it, you
By
mean?
drinking it, yeah, because it's an inorganic that our body doesn't absorb. We had a family friend.
Do we flush it, though?
Well, it flushes through, but it can build up in our body. We had a family friend that has calcium build up around her heart valve, and the doctors blame it on hard water. I had a grandfather that had kidney stones all the time, and he had to drink distilled water. This was back in the 70s before the reverse osmosis technology occurred.
I never thought of that. Okay, so hard water, as far as accumulation, but the actual chemical makeup of hard water in and of itself.
It's calcium carbonate, right? Our body just doesn't absorb it. It's an inorganic mineral that our body does not absorb. And that's the big misconception. People think we got to leave the healthy minerals in water. Well, there's no minerals in water that is beneficial to our body.
Okay, so then next would be the forever chemicals.
That's the biggest one.
And a lot of people believe that's why we have so much cancer in this.
Well, there's a community in Texas. Waste treatment plants take the sewage, they sell it, and companies make fertilizer out of it. There's a community in Texas where that fertilizer contaminated a rancher's farm and it spread to others. And so the forever chemicals ruin, this fish pond and they say it affected livestock.
Now, forever chemicals are cause of many problems. What about the plastics themselves? What do they actually do?
Microplastics. A lot of fish mistake that for food. They can carry carcinogens. They can carry disease. They can carry bacteria. Plastics don't break down. And last year, university.
Well, they break down. They don't dissolve.
Well, they don't disappear. That's what I mean.
Right.
Thank you. So they get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
And so they're in our environment, and then it gets in there, penetrate our cell. Doc pointed out, last time I think he found the article where they found it in the arteries, the heart, and they found it's in the placenta. And I've got, research where, they can get into, our cellular structure.
Now, not all water contains all things. Well, some of them do. But what I mean is you can get a free water test. So what do you test for?
So we test for hardness, the basic
Right.
hardness, right? We total chlorine. Chlorine content is another one, Tom, that it's in the hot water.
Even though they're trying to help us with
It's,
the chlorine.
it's a disinfectant to kill the bacteria and viruses.
Yeah.
But it's not healthy, and it's in the steam when we take a shower too.
How do you stand on fluoride?
Fluoride is natural in the water, and so in
What do
Colorado.
you mean natural?
Natural fluoride. We have natural fluoride in Colorado water.
What?
Yeah, absolutely.
Natural.
Natural. Yeah, it's a metal. It's in the mountains. And
Oh, come on.
Honest to goodness, it is.
What about bottled water?
Well, it's bottled water. The Independent Bottled Water Association, right? They made me mad when remember the nanoplastics that were found in bottled water. So instead of the bottled water industry pledging to do better in their filtration method, what they said is it's unproven science. Drink more water. So it's hard to trust anything today.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to Candy now. Another, we'll change topics, but that's waterpros.net, 303-862-5554, a system for basically whatever you need based on a free water test. Candy, what's happening with Child Protective Services? Candy.
Hi, yes. I am an active listener, and I just want to say thank you. I like the show a lot.
Thank you.
And I understand I don't have necessarily a consumer concern, but
Well,
I am
we
curious
handle,
in
we
doing
handle
whatever.
a lot of things. What's going on with Child Protective Services?
Thank you. I feel like they are failing to protect my son.
They are what?
What happened
failing
was
in what way? What do you mean by failing to protect your son? Where is your son?
he's with me now. And what happened was in August, his dad made a false sexual allegation. This is the fourth one against someone in my family.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
And-
You're obviously not married to the biological dad.
Correct.
You're divorced?
We're not divorced. We were never married.
Okay,
we
got
share
it.
one
Now,
child.
as a result of that, you split custody?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so, okay, and here's what I want to know. So obviously, on the surface, it looks like he's trying to make things rough for you so he gets full custody?
Correct.
Okay, so what is going on? What kind of accusations did he make?
I am recently been with my fiance for a year, and he told my son to lie to the police, and in a forensic interview as well, that my fiance sexually abused Angelo, my son. So a false report was made.
Okay, here's what I want to know. Was he arrested? Was he investigated?
That's the problem. They are giving the detective on the case said, there was a first detective, now she retired, so it's handed off to a new detective. I told him I have a video. Angelo has come forth with, we always knew the truth, but we were told not
hold
to.
on. Just get to the part. We're not going to try the case here. Here's what I want to know. He was accused by the son, but you're saying the father urged him to do it. What was the result of the investigation?
So they took my son, actually. He was really close in getting what he wanted. They did take my son. I told them this is domestic abuse. I can prove it. Josh has his own place. He can go to his place. You don't need to take my son. This is exactly what he wants. They didn't listen, and they took him. I ended up getting a
in order
call
for them
from,
to take your son, they have to have at least an inkling that something is going wrong.
It was a forensic interview where my son was coached to say that
you're
you were
saying he was
sexually
coached.
abused.
You're saying he was coached.
Yes.
How do you know he was coached?
Because he just recently had another forensic interview a couple of weeks ago where he recanted and said, I was told to say this from my dad because he doesn't like mom's fiance.
Okay. So your son
my
finally
son
admitted
came
that.
forth and said that. Yes.
So they dropped all charges, is that right?
There was never a charge because we complied completely, and they tried to intimidate and say, well, we could charge you, and to my fiance, and he said, I can do a lie detector, whatever you need me to do, but what am I being charged
So
for?
where does it stand
And
today?
Today, the case is active and open.
Why
and
would it
now
be active
the
and
detect-
open if the son admitted to being set up by the dad?
Because the detective said specifically, I'm not sure if we're going to close it and find it as unfounded or just leave it
Okay.
open and it's unfounded.
Okay, Candy.
But I asked-
Candy, you mentioned, you started out saying Child Protective Services is not protecting your son, and it sounds to me like they're bending over backwards to check out whether this is true or not. What? I don't
They
think
were
there's
not.
a problem.
This was me.
What?
This was me that was doing everything. Child Protective Services made it worse. They took my son and did exactly what
Okay. Where
his
did they
dad
take
wanted.
where did they place your son?
They
when
gave him to his dad.
Okay. And you understand why, right?
Essentially, I do understand, but I had proof that this was the fourth false allegation.
Well,
that this
that's
is
what a
domestic
hearing is for.
abuse. But there's no hearing. A hearing in regards to parenting and
Well,
things
no.
like that.
I'm talking
I
about if
understand
he's
that,
charged. Where is it going to go? How long do they keep this open?
Right. Well, this is what the detective told me. Historically, I don't usually see the other party getting charged for a false report. I just don't. It just normally doesn't work out that way.
Right, that's right.
So
Because here's
anybody can
why.
make a
Here's
false-
why. Because they
Okay.
want to encourage people to report if they think something's wrong. Now, if someone maliciously files a false report, that's different. But they're not going to go that far.
Which is this?
The dad's going to the dad probably convinced them that he had true concern. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just saying that
No.
This is unfortunate that this happens, but we have situations where it's done, it's a false report, but they don't really know it's false. They just think it's real. I mean, where are we going with this whole discussion? You're upset because they followed procedure and investigated and took him out of your home. Now, are you saying that your home, your son was actually in danger with the other guy?
No. This is the.
Are you
fourth
saying, though, you
false-
said they did the opposite of protecting your son? They took your son
Right.
out of your home and put it in his home. Are you saying that the biological dad's home is dangerous?
Correct, I do.
Why
because
is it dangerous?
When Angelo, one of the reports made, DHS investigated us both, and Angelo made a concern to DHS saying his grandma hits him, his grandma is mean to him, she drinks, she does drugs.
Okay.
But
So-
they did nothing to hold that person
So you
accountable.
feel that why would they favor the biological dad?
I don't think they're favoring. I just don't. I think what they're doing, is that they see sexual allegation, but they don't see this is the fourth time. It's never been founded, and every time we investigate, the son has more concern on the father's side. But then, why is nothing? Why am I not getting heard? Why is he not being also held accountable to? Your son said these things, so. What are you going to do about that? It kind of seems to be, okay, well, we didn't find a bruise on the child, so we'll just leave it at that. There's nothing, there's nothing stating that he actually
Did they
got
talk
hit
to your
besides
son
him.
about the grandma beating him?
Yes, they did alone. I had to leave the room, and I had the
they did not
printout.
find it. They did not find it. What? Credible?
Correct, because he didn't have a bruise or any markings of getting hit.
Do you believe that these people at social services would purposely overlook physical abuse if they thought it was going on?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Candy,
I just don't
do you
see
feel
how.
do you feel that these investigators at social services or child protective services would purposely overlook the idea that your son is being abused by his grandmother just to favor the dad over you?
No.
Then
I don't
why
think
can't
that.
you accept that they're doing the best job they can?
Because I don't think they truly have done that.
Have
If
you
my
asked
son
for an
was told
independent
to
child
say-
family investigator?
That will be something I do consider. But if my son was told to say very nasty things, specific sexual things done to him, and they don't find that somehow child abuse?
No,
that's
it
a
would be.
problem.
It would be. How
He's
old is your
8.
son?
He's 8 years old.
And your son told
And at
the
that time, he was
investigators
7.
that he was coached as to what to say.
No, he never said that. He was told to say what his dad told him to say. When
That's
you're
what I'm asking you.
interviewed,
Did your son, if
Right.
we talk to your son right now, would he say,
Mm-hmm.
Dad told me to say these things to get the guy in trouble?
Yes, he would. Yes, and that's what he did with the second interview. Because
And
I
in the
recorded
second
him.
interview, what did they do as a result of that?
We got to take a break, buddy.
He said he's talking to the DA, but majority of the time nothing will really be done. But the fact that it'll get closed, and it was unfounded because it was a false report.
And that's what should
But the
happen.
other
It should be
person-
closed. And now what you need
Mm-hmm.
to do is seek, or that actually the other guy, he needs to seek civil damages privately against the biological dad. That's the way it works. The authorities are not going to do that. They're not going to get involved like that. The only reason they stepped in is for the safety of the child. Now, if it goes beyond that and they feel like, well, the dad coached him, they don't look at that as being unsafe. They look at it as being a squabble. It's not the same as if somebody is abusing your child physically. So I know it doesn't sound right to you, and you feel they should go after this dad. They're not going to. They're not going to. I mean, I could lie to you and say they should and they will, but they won't. So if you want the truth, Candy, they're never going to go after him because they're not sure if he was coached or not. They're not sure if you coached the kid or if he coached the kid. All they're sure about now is possibly there was no sexual abuse, so it will be closed as unfounded. And here's the rub. If it happens again, they will investigate it again. They do not look at the past accusations and say, well, 3 of them were false, we're not going to investigate the 4th one. Or 4 of them were false, and we're not going to investigate the 5th one. That is the problem, but that is reality. They do not discount those kinds of accusations. It is up to that man to stick up for himself and the defamation against him by suing that father, that biological father, in civil court and kicking his ass. I'm Tom Martino.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
Keel and Park, Keele, and Park with an E, they are attorneys that do estate planning and estate law. That means, first of all, a will. And it means maybe a trust, maybe an LLC. What about passing on your business? Okay, they look at everything. Free. That's right. Complimentary. They look at everything. Your business, your heirs, your property, your money, your cash, your investments, your fine art, whatever, vehicles, homes, and then decide what you need. And they do it on a flat fee basis. It's so easy. First, free consultations, and then flat rates. You can't go wrong here. 970-818-8198, lawkp.com. I'll tell you somewhere else you can't go wrong, and that's Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com. Say whatever you will, but if you're a new customer and you've never had your HVAC system cleaned and checked, deep cleaned, you can get the AC done now. Get ready for the summer for just $39. It's an extreme clean check and tune with a no breakdown guarantee. 720-526-3939. There's nothing like it for the price. That's fixmyhome.com.
Howling and stuff like that.
I don't know, they were stealing bananas and stuff from them.
They could probably steal anything they could get their hands on. So do the people in Costa Rica, but you know. Yeah.
So that's your go-to place,
Honestly, I didn't even know he was that far over. So.
Hey, did you?
Yeah, you're gonna be like.
Make any contact on prices? They're the best place. If you have any teeth problem, I guarantee you it'll be 1/5 the cost of a dentist here. And everyone down there have beautiful looking teeth. It's not like England where they all have brown teeth. They all have beautiful teeth.
What is it about the dentist town?
Well, I think I told Dollar this. From my viewpoint, all the dentists I've gone to, and I had root canal. Okay, I had a cleaning, a root canal, and they didn't put a crown on it. They put the stuff that, like you have with a cavity. He said, you don't need a crown. She did. And the dentists all look like Jay.
Why?
I mean, you fall in love with your dentist. They're all beautiful.
Oh, really?
And I talked to the guy that owned the dental clinic, and he says, we send our assistants and everything up to the University of Houston University in Texas, the dental school, and they get their licenses, and they come back here and work for me and stuff. And
so the assistants go to the...
First, they have to be like you have
like
to
chillier than I
get hired
thought
by
outside.
him, and then he'll send you up to there to get your
ready for
degree
the warmer
in
weather.
dental school.
Well, you have to apply to dental school.
I don't know how they. Well, they're not stupid type people.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but it's a
Yeah, you know what? I never even gave that a thought, but.
I know.
Because I did see I saw on the wall, the University of Houston, and it wasn't University of Texas or anything.
So they're dentists or hygienists?
No.
They're full-blown dentists.
Yeah, the dentist will clean your teeth. They don't have hygienists.
Okay.
The dentist does it.
Well, I don't know how because you have to apply to dental school
Yeah.
and you get accepted or not.
I mean, maybe they have to apply, and the ones that do make it, that was just a step I didn't even think about.
Or maybe they have a program
I was more taken away by the looks of J-Lo working on me than how she got to dental school.
I'm sure. Ask her next time.
Yeah.
All my dentists are males.
So it was pretty reasonably priced, huh? Or
Okay, I didn't finish that.
Yeah.
All that was $175.
Well, how can they do that if the cost of living is about the same?
It's horrible, the cost of living for them. I don't know how they have to be eating chicken and rice and fish. Everything's expensive there. I don't know.
10 seconds, Tom.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome. Now, Miles has a question. Go ahead, Miles. What's your question?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
My sister just passed away, and I wasn't sure all the steps that I need to take. She didn't have any property. She does have a car, which is broken down, not worth much, but it is titled in her name. And she does have about $21,000 in the bank. And I'm not sure if I have to go through.
Are you, first of all, are you her only relative?
No, I've got my mother and father. They're elderly. They're 90 and 87. And
Did she have a will
a,
or any kind of stuff at all?
No.
Well, then you don't make the choice.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, you don't make the choice. The choice is made for you by the state law.
So
now you don't have to open probate because you don't have enough to open probate. So if she has a lot of bills that are going to outnumber the assets, you may just want to walk away from it all. But if
she's got not that much, probably $2,000 in bills.
Okay.
And that's it. And I know my parents could use this money so we could pay for her funeral and that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, her parents are going to be first in line anyway.
Right. And I have POA for them. I have medical and durable.
So you do a small estate affidavit and be done with it.
Small estate affidavit?
That's right, a small estate affidavit.
How do I do that?
You download the form and fill it out or call an attorney. And really, I mean that sincerely. That's all you have to do. You need a death certificate. Did you get that?
She just passed yesterday. So,
oh, my God. I'm so sorry. What happened?
Thanks. Well, she had a chronic condition, and she finally succumbed to it.
Oh. Did you guys never talked about that?
Well, it kind of, she had cirrhosis, and
okay.
We knew it was chronic, but then she had an episode and it went very quickly before she passed.
Yeah.
So she wasn't really lucid when she was in the hospital, so we could talk about things like this.
I get it. Did she have a drinking problem?
Yeah, she did in the past.
Okay, so listen carefully, all right?
Okay.
You look up in Colorado the intestacy law, okay?
What's it called?
Intestacy.
Intestacy?
Go INTEST, intest, ACY, intestacy laws, okay?
Okay.
Now, according to, in general, intestacy laws, when someone dies without a will, everything goes to their spouse or parents. First the spouse, then the parents. Okay?
No spouse, no children.
Okay. So the parents. That's it. Done.
Okay.
You stop right there. If, in fact, she did not have a spouse or parents, it goes to her children, and then so on and so forth. But basically, you don't have to worry about that. Right now, it goes to her parents.
Okay, but I have to get it rolling, right? Or do they automatically do that?
Nothing is automatic. Nothing.
Okay, I didn't think so.
So what you do is you get a small estate affidavit. Okay? And you fill it first a death certificate.
Okay. And then fill that out. Oh, okay. Well,
then
thanks.
when you fill it out with the death certificate, the parents are going to be the ones that inherit everything because of no will. Now, you could always call Dan McKenzie at McKenzie Law and just ask a question. I mean, he'll answer a question without you having to hire him. You can't just keep calling him back and doing that. But he's a great guy, and he has a small law firm, and he would talk to you. So here, take this number down too. 833 CO plans.
CO plan.
In fact, you know what we could do too, because, hey, here's what we do. Let's get him on, because what you have to do is, again, a small estate affidavit, and basically that's in place of probate, okay? Then you appoint a personal representative, or the court will, and you can be the personal representative. You can do it. Anybody can. And then all you do is distribute the assets, but after you pay debts. But you'll be in charge of that. So first start with the small estate affidavit and look it over, and the death certificate first. So we're going to call Dan McKenzie and get him on for a quick question. So just stay on hold for a minute, and we'll ask him, make sure we're not missing anything. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Renew Home Innovations for the best showers, beautiful showers, full big rectangle showers. Takes the place of that old tub and shower combo. Nothing to step over either, no thresholds, stone walls that need no maintenance, and beautiful glass panels. No shower doors needed either. It goes around a corner. You have perimeter drains, grab bars, soap dishes, just beautiful. And by the way, it's all done in 2 or 3 days with 72 months to pay. No one can beat that. 72 months, no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
I have a best friend.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
New slowdowns west of downtown, I-70 westbound after Pecos Street. We've got a crash with slow traffic back from Washington Street, about 5 minutes of delays. Otherwise, a pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. Leaving downtown 6th Avenue southbound, you're going to see some stopped up traffic. On the off-ramp to I-25 southbound, nothing too out of the ordinary there. On the south end of town, 225 north and southbound, it's easy driving through the Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today, high of 62 before the afternoon's end. Overnight low of 32. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high of 60. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
So I love talking about retirement, and Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, a sponsor of this show, is someone who has helped me. When I say I love talking about it, I mean for everyone, old or young. If you're younger looking to build a nest egg, they can help you not only build it, but protect it, make it grow, and then help you turn that into income for retirement. They can also take a look at your insurance situation, your estate planning situation, your long-term care, everything that goes into a secure and safe and happy retirement. And they're happy to meet with you and talk to you about all of your dreams and ambitions and then your retirement, and help you get there with security and happiness. And here's what you do. Call them. Free meetings, no obligation. They'll answer any questions you have. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. 3211. Home.
Well, you were a beneficiary, probably. Yeah. So that was the limit, was 74,000?
As of 2020.
Did you hear me about getting Dan McKenzie on? Hello.
Yeah, so just keep 115 open.
Dragon. Hello.
Tom, you talking to me?
Did she hear me about Mackenzie?
Say again?
Did she hear me about Mackenzie's?
Yeah, so I texted back and forth. He's not available till 1:15, so I'm going to bring Miles back.
Good, thank you.
They never even looked up.
Why is he so low?
Who, Tom? Because
Yeah.
I turned him down because Shannon keeps him way up high.
Well, that's okay. I mean, you don't have to turn him up, but. All right.
Why did not go in the queue, though? That is interesting.
My friend had a drug rep that always gave him, because I remember this, dinners at the Black Swan in Inverness.
Hotel.
Yeah, it's a hotel. It's a really nice restaurant.
It's called Black Swan.
I think it's called Black Swan.
Yeah, the Inverness Hotel. It might not be.
Oh, yeah, we had programs
Turned it
that
off.
we did out at
Weird.
Inverness.
Right.
A lot, actually.
I mean, it was one of those plates. If there was 4 of you, the waiters all came out with the plate,
Oh, right,
and at exactly the right time. Ta-da!
We would do speaker stuff at Elway's.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. The
Flat irons. I had boulder kickers. I did all this stuff with the flat irons. Up there, that restaurant.
People's Republic of Boulder.
My favorite place.
Excuse me. Gmail. Boom. Why Social Security is always sending shit out anymore.
They are?
I get very little
I don't get much.
I get very little Social Security because if you have a pension, it's called some sort of windfall law that they won't give you what you're entitled to.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Yeah, if you have a
And get ready to be delighted with how much your home is really worth. That's Orchard.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Gary, what's going on with King Supers? Gary.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, Tom.
Yes, sir.
I had a stroke in August, or at the end of July.
How are you doing, by the way?
I'm recovering.
Did you have anything not work still?
Yeah, I can't walk very good.
Ah.
So I started. I'm improving, but I'm still having a lot of trouble. And I signed up for King Soopers Boost program, which gives you free grocery delivery.
Yeah.
And it's really been a godsend. And I also have used the grocery pickup when I have been able to get into the car. It takes me a while, but then you just drive up and get the groceries. So I recently went to do another, weekly order, and I got this error code, and it wouldn't let me place the order. So I called.
Now, is this
Kroger.
Boost program only for the disabled?
No, it's for anybody. It's just they started it, I believe,
Wait a
because
minute.
of the
It's
pandemic.
for anyone for free delivery.
Yeah, you pay a certain amount of money a year.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like $59 a year for grocery delivery.
Oh, I see.
The next day, and
So
and
you pay
$99
one fee
a
no
year.
matter how much you need it.
Yeah. and then you just order your food online.
Okay.
And then they deliver it. Either you can have the $59 plan or the $99 plan, which gives you food the same day. I have the $59
Got
plan.
it. Okay.
So I went to place an order and it wouldn't let me. It was giving me an error code, and I called Kroger customer service and said, why can't I?
Yeah.
Why am I getting this error code? And we're investigating, and they came back and they said, well, you're and it was showing them. It was no longer showing that I had Boost on the portal or whatever. When you go online to sign in,
right?
It was showing that I didn't have it.
Did you have two accounts by chance go to the wrong one?
No, I don't. No. And it was showing on their side that I have Boost, but on my side it wasn't showing it. But then they did a little more investigating, the customer service, and they came back and they said, your account with King Soopers has been blocked. You can no longer do either online delivery or
okay. Why was your
online.
account blocked, Gary?
So there's a couple reasons why they're saying. One is they're saying that I had some kind of a dispute in March, but I've never disputed any charges. I've checked my credit card. They said that my bank disputed a charge, or my credit card. I called my credit card because I didn't.
So wait a minute. So even your account was supposedly locked, but you were able to log in?
I can log in. It won't let me order anything. I can pick all the product, all the things and everything, but then when I go to check out, so to speak,
okay,
it gives me this error code.
And there's no way they can fix it?
Well, they're looking into it or whatever, but they told me the other reason why. But they've now told me they're escalating it to.
I get it. What's the other reason they
investigate it more.
gave you?
Because they're saying I had too many refunds. Now they give you this option of requesting a refund, like if you're missing items.
And that's probably what it is. Did you have a lot of refunds?
I've had a few refunds, but it's been, they did send me an email saying that we've noticed you've had several refunds for not liking products. And
all right, hold on a second. Hold on. We'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino. I know where this is going.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Clear driving throughout the Denver Metro for the early afternoon commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to Fort Collins and down south to the Colorado Springs area. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, some usual stop and go between Northfield and Vasquez. I-225 north and southbound easy driving through Aurora and the Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 62 today, overnight low of 32. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 60, scattered showers on Thursday. The current temperature in Denver is 52 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
I love when Paul the Waterman's here and I talk about Zero Res, and I'll tell you what the connection is. Paul knows that water, softened, purified water, is the strongest cleaning agent in nature. That's why it does such great laundry. You don't even need soap half the time. ZeroResDenver.com does your carpets with this purified water. In fact, Paul showed me how this purified water can dissolve super glue from your finger. I used it the other day to take blood out of a sheet, a tiny speck for my finger bleeding or something. It was amazing. Stains melt away, pathogens melt away, allergens are taken away because the water's empty. It absorbs everything. ZeroResDenver.com. Your carpets not only look clean, they feel clean, they smell clean, no dirt attracting residue ever. And I love these people. They come in, they do an efficient job. and really inexpensive, like 3 rooms, $109. Plus, they have specials on duct cleaning and all of that. What I want you to do is contact them. ZeroResDenver.com. Get Zero Resified, and you will love what they do. 303-471-5150. Now, let's talk about the art of granite. So many people want countertops, but they don't want to do all the selecting of the slabs, then the showrooms, then the contractors, then the fabricators, blah, 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 blah. And they have no idea what it's going to cost. The Art of Granite will do everything on the phone right now to get you a price. That's right. You tell them what you want, and you get a price, and then they help you select the granite. Wholesale on all materials. Tear out and haul away is free. Free edge treatment, or a free backsplash, or a free kitchen sink, or maybe you want a free vanity in the bathroom when you do the kitchen. Whatever it is, they do it for you, and they give you a price on the phone. It's a one-stop shop for your granite. TheArtOfGranite.com. Get your price. 303-386-5919. Investments come in all shapes and sizes. High risk, low risk, in between risk, high return, low return, medium return. I'm going to tell you about one that doesn't fail because it's guaranteed in writing and has never failed. Not in 125 years, fixed index annuity product, and that is something that you put money into, either a lump sum or you pay through your life and you build up a nest egg, and then what that does is gets converted to income, and it's guaranteed income for life. Now, here's what I want to tell you about. You're guaranteed never to lose a dime either, never, of gain or principal. Find out more, 303-779-6600, 779-6600. MyMoneyMyWay.com.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Maybe they don't like other people.
Sterilize, yeah.
Maybe germs.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
We don't have sanitizer over there.
No.
Oh, we have a hugely bad connection. Please call me back. All I hear is static. Thank you.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take iBrands, Palbociclib.
See that caller on line 1, Susan? People will call the show, and Kelly was telling her, well, no, you need to come on the air.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
And it's like, I think people think, well, I can call the radio show, but not go on the air.
Yeah.
Kelly was, no. We only take on-air calls. You can just talk to Tom or Mark.
Right. Right.
Call the radio show if you don't want to.
So they all come in. Mark and
Suzanne?
she comes in on Friday. They all come on Friday.
It depends. And sometimes Mark and Suzanne are here. Just depends on what they have going on. And I guess he's been pretty busy.
So do they? So they obviously work out of their home.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Tom will come in on Friday.
Yeah, Tom usually comes in on Friday. 'Cause
Does he?
the 2 car guys are here. And then they order pizza.
Yeah.
So
It's not pizza.
2 car guys.
Car. Auto.
Sheridan Auto.
Oh.
And the transmission guy here
Oh.
this morning. So they're here on Friday.
It's not pizza if you put pineapple on it.
So he'll usually come in.
So if you're on Friday, you generally don't even see them, right?
No, I haven't seen Tom in person.
permission to exist on a major Colorado highway even after it kept killing teenager after teenager after teenager? And what are the most dangerous intersections in Colorado? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, one thing I do want to mention, Gary, the Boost program and any program that stores or places offer, including banks and all kinds of places, they're all privileges, they're not rights, and unfortunately, there are some that have glitches in them, and you're not the only one. I looked it up. And there was a program I could not take part in one time. It had nothing to do with King Soopers, but it was something else. And I absolutely, positively could not take part in it because it never, ever, ever worked on my phone. And they threw up their hands and said, well, we're sorry, we can't offer that. So it might come down to this, that if you disagree with them on the amount of returns and they simply, their algorithm locked you out, the sad fact is, because I'm a real big believer in just telling it like it is rather than giving false hope, there's a possibility you just can't do the program.
One thing that they're telling me that my returns are that I don't like products. In the email they sent me.
Tell me what
None of my
returns. Why did you have your returns? And by the way, you can't go by what they say to you. They're looking for an answer to make you go away. Yeah. They're looking for an answer to justify what the program is doing. They're not looking for a solution because they're not King Soopers people. They're the technology people. You're making the mistake of thinking it's the food store doing this. If you hold on, we'll come back to you because this is important. Plumbing, heat.
My question is, why does the guy order stuff that he probably doesn't like? Yeah, I get it. Maybe he wants to try something different. I know when I go to the grocery store, I kind of get the same stuff over and over.
Yep.
Is he done with Gary?
No.
I'm not hearing anything, are you?
No, because now we're on a break.
Yeah, we're on a break. We're on a long break.
The long break. Gotcha.
Tom will get up in a minute and wander off the potty. Did you like work for one company, like Libby? Is that a?
I work for SMRC. New Johnson, which is a subsidiary of
What was the big drugs in your days?
Oh,
Everything with that many?
yeah.
That was the other nice thing about Costa Rica when I first started going there. Whatever you wanted, you walked into the pharmacy and got. They've toughened up now on the hard class 1 and 2 narcotics and stuff like that.
You could go in and get that narcotics.
Oh yeah, anything. But they're still pretty lenient on just like an antibiotic or anything like that. Amoxicillin or all those cillins and stuff.
You can walk in and just get those out. Treat yourself.
Well, not off the shelf. The pharmacist.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
that's one.
Yeah. should have said, do you go to the hospital every time you're sick? See, I'm always in trouble for my
just so rude.
kickbacks.
And I clearly was really sick, and I just not paying attention to, I'm being used to driving
Mhm.
the Utah speed limit. It was a bad ticket.
So the ticket was in Colorado or?
Colorado, yeah. It was bad. I'm paying the price with my insurance.
No, we're on break for about another 4 minutes. I'll tell you a Colorado trooper story. I gotta get it right. They're butts, because law
I
enforcement.
think it was a Colorado trooper.
Yeah.
He was just
If you give law enforcement only a certain thing to do, they go out of their mind with that, and they're basically traffic cops, they do cover other things and stuff. And, they write anyone, and I stopped one of them down.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
You did a stupid.
No.
Oh, if you can hear me, all I hear is static. Please call me right back.
Yeah, so I stopped.
Wow, line 2 is struggling.
You know what? I said, you guys always write us, but I'm not going to lower myself to write you. And I said, that's bullshit what you do with them cops and stuff. So.
You mean they don't?
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Professional courtesy is what we call it.
Right.
I can. Much better.
2 months later.
Thank you.
So you gave him a ticket?
No, I didn't give him a ticket.
Oh, you did.
I refused to do that. 2 months later, Denver cop says,
Okay.
"Do you know Trooper?"
On health insurance
Yeah.
or?
Well, I was doing 85
Got
or
it.
60, and he stopped me.
And what is your name?
And he says, "Tell Canino where you live." And he let
Okay,
that.
Jennifer, just
he
need to
let
let you
the
know
young
that we are a radio show,
because I had
and
that-
you would need to go on the air with Tom in order to get any assistance. So,
And
are
the
you
sad
good
thing
with that?
about it was the guy that he let go was a
Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead and place you on
One of
hold,
the-
and he'll
one
be
of the
with you
last
as soon
guys
as he
ever
can.
to
There
do
might be a little bit of a wait time, so I just ask that you be
He
patient.
wasn't on my.
Okay?
I always refer to him as.
No problem.
He wasn't on my Christmas card.
So cops also speed when they're off duty.
Yeah. We do. Most of the time, I 9 over consistently because they won't normally. No one will normally write you unless you
I
9
was just
over.
gonna ask you, what is the, I thought it
It's
was
the
like
margin.
5 miles over.
You're safe at 5. I tell my boys 8, but I never wrote a ticket for 9 over.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. You could catch all the people you wanted doing 15 and 20 over. So why catch you for a guy doing 9 over?
I think I need to kind of, back it down a little bit. I mean, I drove for 30 years,
Yeah.
every single day, all day long. And I tend to be a little bit more aggressive because I'm driving.
I drove everywhere from FEMA. Never got stopped because I always did 9 over. I think I got stopped in Greeley. He said I ran through the stop sign. I said, yeah. I didn't see anyone. That's how we did it on the Denver Police Department. He said, you were a cop, you should know better. I said, you should know better than giving me a lecture.
You know, I got a ticket for not coming to an absolute complete
Oh, yeah.
stop.
I mean, that's what the law says.
That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by GenesisTotalExteriors.com. With everything for the outside of your house, whether it's storm damage or you just want to do home improvements. And they're stucco experts as well. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. welcome to the show. I want to go right to the phones. People have been waiting. It's been very busy. Gary had an issue with King Soopers. I looked it up. Many people are having the same issue. By the way, I don't know how to put this, but for some reason, it happens, and I think it has to do with algorithms. That's a word we don't really understand, but here's what an algorithm is. It analyzes data and then acts accordingly. That's really what an algorithm does. It traces, analyzes, and reacts. Sometimes it doesn't react. It just, well, it does. It's like the thing that sends you certain posts on Facebook or certain Instagram people or certain TikTok videos. Anyway, this algorithm looks at accounts. And by the way, what they do is turn you off if they think there's either fraud, non-payment, or too many returns. Now, banks do it too when it comes to fraudulent activity on accounts. And here's what we have found. People don't, and Gary, this is the big disconnect. And again, this may not help you directly, but it certainly will help you understand. When we have technology on one end and the provider on the other, we often think we're talking to the provider when we are not. The provider uses the technology to do the providing. If you are in their Boost program, King Soopers would love nothing more than to keep selling you stuff through Boost. But once the Boost technology part of it discerns that there is too many this or too many that, or just makes up a decision that has nothing to do with reality, it has to do with a blind algorithm. For example, you might say, well, I didn't return stuff because I wasn't happy. I returned it because I didn't get it, or I returned it for this reason, or I didn't have this many returns, I had this many. You're talking to people who don't care. You're talking to people who can't even change what King Soopers does because it's not King Soopers. It's the technology. Whereas King Soopers is a whole different ballgame. Now, what you really need is someone at King Soopers who would care enough to actually interface with the technology and undo the screw up. This happens often at a bank if you can't log in. The login people say, well, you know, your username was hacked, and you have to go to the bank and say, look, do you want me to be a customer or not? And they have to talk to each other. So we get these problems all the time, and it's about time I explain it to people so they don't feel like we're stonewalling them. But Gary, here's the real fact, or the real life situation. If you can't get the algorithm people or the technology people to communicate with the King Soopers people, they're not going to coordinate to solve this problem for you. You may have to open a new account.
I actually tried that, and it won't. It must.
What it knows, Gary, is your email or your phone number. Unfortunately, I had to do this before too. You have to open up a new account and maybe not use the exact name, use your initial. I know it's a pain in the ass, but you called for an answer, and that's your quickest route to get solved. Use another email, even if you have to go establish a Gmail address, and do a variation of your name, and you should be able to.
The people on customer service, they seem to be trying to help, but then I'm never getting any calls back.
Because they don't know how to help. Do you understand that King Soopers has no idea what algorithms are instituted by the technology company?
Sure.
When they signed up for this program, they were interviewed about, what do you want this program to do? And, well, we don't want people with a lot of returns, and we don't want people that do this. And if somebody disputes too many charges, we don't want them. And they automatically lock you out. They don't think, well, Gary had a good reason for this one, let's keep him on. It's not that personal. You're nobody to them. So when you talk to customer service,
I know that.
They don't know what, the truth is, they don't know what to do. I mean, it sounds silly to talk about stuff like this, but hey, they don't.
It's just frustrating.
More than frustrating, have you thought about opening a new account? Did you try to use your same email?
No, I used a different email. I changed my name a little bit, just because
well, then
my
there's
name
no
has an
reason you shouldn't be
apostrophe in
able
it.
to open an account. So why couldn't you open an account?
It might be
I don't
going off
know.
as the service address there, Tom.
I don't know if they care about the
Yeah.
address, Dragon, because people change addresses. They don't I don't think they
Could
blackball
they, be
an
going,
address.
could they be going off of the IP address?
Well, change your IP.
You know, yeah, I guess I could.
I mean, they're dynamic.
I
You can
thought.
change it. I mean, you might be stuck on one, but unless you need a static IP, just change it. Listen, Gary, I hate to look at. What can I tell you? We're not. If we call King Soopers, they're going to tell us the same thing they told you. They don't know what to do. They don't talk to their technology people as a food service company that wants to retain a customer. So, by the way, how many returns have you had? I'm just curious.
I mean, I don't know how. I don't know how many I've had. I'd have to sit.
Well,
and count
then you
them,
must have had a
they've
few.
I've had a few, but it's all been either missing items or they didn't get me the sale price.
Gary, Gary's trying to justify to an algorithm.
But well, I'm just saying, they've made a lot. There's been a lot of mistakes. I mean, like
That's
I said,
right.
It's a godsend, but there's a lot of mistakes.
And can I ask you
so
something? Why do you care about that? I mean, I just go on when I need stuff. Why do you have to be part of this yearly annual subscription?
I normally I would be going into the store because I had this.
I don't mean
stroke.
going into the store, Gary. I understand you had a stroke. What I'm talking about is why don't you simply go on and have it delivered when you need it? There's no subscription, nothing needed. You log in, you buy your stuff, and you check out.
That's the problem. They won't even let me. They won't even let me do grocery pickup now without. So they've pretty much turned off the Boost, but they won't. They told me the only way I can shop at King Soopers now is to physically go into a store.
Okay, they don't want you as a customer.
I can't. I can't use
That's
either
right.
the grocery pickup or the. And it really is kind of not even. Because I was using the grocery pickup before I signed up for Boost. But it was such a hassle to get in and out of the car and everything. I thought, well, the
you
Boost
don't
thing
have
will
to
be
do
pretty good
pickup.
so I can get it
Do you
delivered.
understand? Let me explain this. Do you understand there's an alternative between picking up and Boost? Did you know that?
Sure.
And you know what that is? That's going online and ordering groceries to be delivered random, willy-nilly. You don't have to have Boost. So I'm not sure. They may block you out of that too. In other words, if you just your Boost is gone. But if you just open an account and go on and have, how often do you have deliveries?
About once a week.
Okay, I see where that. So I pay about $9 for delivery, and if you did that every week, I could see where that could be a pain. That's why you did the subscription thing.
Yeah, well, and it started off bad too because they were offering half off on the subscription at Christmas time, and then when they charged my card, they charged me for the full price. So I had to, and they never did credit my account for it was supposed to be $29.95, not $59.95.
And what did you do about that? Did you keep the $59 or did you get it for half price?
I tried to get it credited, and they told me they were credited. They were going to credit it, but they never did.
Okay, how did you try to get it credited?
I called the customer service and said, "Hey, I just looked at my credit card statement, and you've charged me the full price, and I had a digital coupon for half price." But they didn't know anything about it.
They
were
might
like,
have listed
well,
that as a contesting a charge as well.
Probably, yeah.
Yep. I'm telling
but
you.
they never did credit my account for it.
It doesn't matter. You made the inquiry. You're a pain in the ass is what they're saying. See,
Yeah.
Gary, I'm kidding, but do me a favor.
Well, yeah.
Go and sign up for an account. I can't believe you can't sign up for a new account. I refuse. If you use a totally new email and a totally new, they don't even ask for a phone number, do they? If they do get a Google
they
phone
ask
number,
for
I swear to
they ask
you,
you for a
you
phone
can do
number.
it. You can do it. I don't care what you
And
say, you
they-
can do it. 303-713-8255.
I'll give it a try.
We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
Hey, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney who believes in the personal part of that. He will talk to you personally if you're injured. You call. You don't talk to a call center. In fact, he prides himself on personal conversations, and he has pledged only to take the number of cases that he will work personally. So what you do is this. Call 303-597-4500 and notice the Fuller difference. You'll get a free conversation, a complimentary session with legal advice. And then if you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. And then you get a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. It is the personal and personal injury. Notice the difference, 303-597-4500. And that's John Fuller. You can find him at referralist.com or myaccidentlawyer.co.
She used to answer the phones, and she used to do the books for Tom. She still does the book.
What difference is it?
Kelly's sick or something.
She fills in for Kelly when, like, she went to the Purdue game.
Yeah.
She's technically a producer.
Right, she is.
Yeah, but I don't know what does she do with this act?
I don't know.
Well, for me, she's the person I go to get anything I need.
JR, I'm sorry, man.
I don't bother Tom.
JR, shoot.
Go-to. I think Dragon produces the show after us. And he'll send Ryan like audio clips or different stories and things like that. But
This can be a big hurdle for someone who wants to sell. No one can
I don't think Dragon is really a producer. I've kind of wondered what these producers do. Or maybe Kelly is the producer for Ryan's show. Maybe that's what it is.
Is Kelly
She's here like from 8 in the morning to
Orchard makes mine.
4.
That's Orchard.
Well, I think she's here.
Till 6?
Capitalist.
Capitalist? Okay.
Yeah, she's here a long time.
She has a long time.
Option of request.
What's his last name from JR? What's he talking about?
Oh.
Older the technology. We'll come back to you.
It's a show on a different station. It's Alice 105.
Okay.
And actually, my son sent me a text last night. He said, "Oh, when you're in the
I got banned from TikTok.
I asked about why this guy's leaving."
Oh,
They've been on.
no reason. They didn't give me a reason. They just banned me. And then I had to open a new account. I'm telling you, man, like, it's amazing to me how these places will let the most insane shit out
I
of
asked Dragon or Shannon, and Shannon looked it up and said, "Yeah." Break it up.
I think my son was
Hey, Dan, it's Kelly over at the Martino Show. All right, this guy has just a general probate question about getting a death certificate, and her death is not in probate yet, so there's some questions as to whether or not that has to happen.
That'll be.
Okay, hang on for me.
You know, Kelly said, "Oh yeah, Shannon or Steve and whoever the other host is. Their office or their studio is right here in Greenwood Village as well."
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
I've got Dan McKenzie on, and Miles from earlier. I think it's probably going to be a quick one because we also have 3 other people holding. But if you want to go to them
They don't
out
let
of the
me.
break.
Okay. Say that again. I only caught the first part. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've got Dan McKenzie on.
Right.
Miles called in earlier about the probate question.
Yeah.
And so I've got both of them back on, and I don't think it's going to be a long call because I know that you've got three other people holding.
Okay. Thanks.
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
All right, Dan McKenzie, I want to take our estate planning expert attorney. And Miles has a very simple question, Dan. And even though we've gone over it in the past, I wanted to make sure he gets the right information. His sister died yesterday, literally yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
She has very little estate, okay? Basically a couple grand in debts. She has about 20-something in the bank and nothing to speak of. A broken down car, no real estate. He wants to know, there's no will either. His parents are still alive. What I told him is his parents will automatically get everything with no will, and that he can go get a death certificate and and fill out a small estate affidavit. What am I missing?
That is correct. To get the death certificate, he's probably going to need to show some proof of shared parents with the deceased sister. So sometimes that's a little bit easier than others. They really lock those down.
So what does that mean? What do you mean, show what?
Some sort of evidence that he and his sister had the same parents.
Okay.
They prove that they are brother and sister. Right?
Okay.
So siblings are entitled to death certificates. That might be the hardest part of this whole thing, but they are entitled to death certificates. They need to provide some proof that they really are brother and sister. So there is an application to apply to get a death certificate. It explains what he would need to do that.
Then the small estate affidavit, can he do that on behalf of his parents and get everything for them?
Yeah, there's two different tables on the small estate affidavit. One is like listing the person who is coming around to get the stuff, and then the other is listing the people who are entitled to receive it. So it would have him on one and then them on the other. But you are correct that under the affidavit, he is swearing to whoever is giving him property that he's going to get it to the right people, and the right people are the parents.
So then after he fills that out and it's blessed, he can go to the bank and actually get the money.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, now,
And,
Miles, do you have any specific questions?
Do you think it would be easier for me? I do have an estate planning lawyer that did my parents' will and our POAs. Do you think it would probably be best for me to have them do it? And it sounds like it's a pretty simple process.
And what does this normally cost in time? A few hours of an attorney's time, or what?
Yeah, I mean that's but that could be over $1,000, right? To do that. So I mean, they could do it. We could do it, but you could give it a shot first. I mean, it's like if the bank gives you the money, then there's not really anything to be concerned about. They might, if they're putting up barriers or asking for more information than you're able to give, then you might want to bring an attorney in. But you could give it a shot. It's designed to be something that people can do without an attorney.
Including the vehicle?
The vehicle, the DMV is surprisingly cooperative in these situations. They have their own version of the small estate affidavit. So you'd actually do one with them. And if you go online and probably Google Colorado DMV small estate affidavit, it will come up. It is specific to them. And then there's a more general small estate affidavit for everything else.
What do you think, Miles? Sounds good. You try it on your own first. And if you ever need to get a hold of McKenzie, it's coplans.co or 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS. Thank you for calling 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, I want to get to, let's see. Oh, yeah, Jennifer, go ahead. Gap Insurance. What's going on, Jennifer?
Hey, Tom.
Hi, what's going on, Jennifer?
Well, it's just taking forever for Gap Insurance to pay on a totaled car.
Okay,
and
so
in the meantime,
you had a totaled car with Gap on it, and what was the gap? How much was the gap? In other words, how much are you waiting on?
Well, the payoff at the time of the payoff after regular insurance paid
No, what was your loan? Yeah. What was the balance left on your loan after your regular insurance paid the value of the car?
Somewhere over a little over $7,000.
Wait a minute.
And so in the meantime,
you had that much gap. You had
go
a $7,000 gap after your insurance paid.
Yes, because there was another car loan rolled into it at the time of purchase.
Well, they don't pay for that. They only pay for a true gap. Now, let me explain how that works. A lot of people think gap insurance is stupid insurance, meaning that if I overpaid for a car time and time again and kept rolling in the old car to the new ones, I am going to be covered, and you're not going to be covered. See, that is the biggest misunderstanding with gap insurance. Gap will pay for that particular car purchased at whatever price you purchased it, and minus the whatever, okay? But it doesn't pay for previous purchases. And that's really what happens with the negative equity snowball, meaning some people, they trade a car in and they owe so much on the car that they actually, their next car goes in with a negative snowball. And that negative snowball keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, but that's not what happened in this situation.
Good.
The dealership in Weld County, by the way, that we bought the original car from, it was kind of a get me to and from places car. It wasn't a big purchase. This was for my son.
So what was the value of the car? Because they're only going to go a certain percentage above. I just want to make sure they're not screwing around with you because they're not going to cover you. What is the percentage above value that you're going for? Is it 105%, 110%? What does that represent, that balance?
I don't know, Tom, but I'll just real quick tell you that the dealership that sold the original the engine blew up or something just a few months after he had it, and they were at least willing to get us into another car, and they paid half of what was still owed, which was like $8,000 on that car, because it was an $8,000 car when we bought it. And so they worked with us, they paid half of that, and they rolled the other half into this loan on this new car, this Kia.
So why do you think they're going to pay for $8,000 of an old car?
I don't. They did that, and that's getting into the weeds a little bit because they.
But it's probably why they're not paying you.
Do that.
It's probably why they're not paying you.
But it's been in review. It's been in final review with the Gap Insurance place since March 9th, and that's a long time to be in final review. If they're not, I don't care.
I guess you're not really hearing what I'm saying, are you? They're not going to pay you for the old car.
Well, can they pay me whatever they owe?
Yeah,
I mean,
hold on. Yes, hold on.
$500 a month.
It depends on anymore. It depends. The Kia, they will only go about one, at the very most, 125% of value. That's why I'm asking you, at the time of the wreck, what was the value of the car?
Eeks. And it was a Hyundai Kona, not a Kia, sorry.
Okay, if it's a Hyundai Kona, you have to figure out, let's just put it to numbers. What did you pay for the damn car? And I don't mean with the negative snowball.
Well, I'd have to look back. I just called you on a whim. I'd have to go pull the paperwork.
If you really want help, I'll help you. But let's just say the car was worth, at the time of the wreck, $22,000. Does that sound like it was worth way more, or is that about right?
That's about right.
Let's just say it was. Then you times that by 125%, and you come up with $27,500. So if your loan was $25,000, they'll pay you $2,500. If your loan was $27,500 or $30,000, they're not going to pay you anything. They're only going to pay the value of that car and a buffer. They're not paying for past mistakes. I guarantee you that is what's hanging you up right now.
I see what you're saying
It's
now.
people think gap insurance is stupidity insurance. It is not.
Well, I guess.
Go ahead.
Break when you can, buddy.
And at buying from that dealership and then buying a new car and letting, I just couldn't see paying $8,000 on a car that the engine blew up and there was
I'm not
have made sense to fix
I'm not
it.
chastising you for what you did, but the insurance company doesn't pay for that. They don't pay for past mistakes. They don't pay for previous vehicles, and that's in essence what you're doing. You're asking them to pay because it's right around the same amount, $7,000. They're not going to pay it. I'm shocked if you get a payment. I'm sorry to tell you that, but once you get the figures, call us back, and we're happy to go over it with you. I have to take this break, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
It is a mess out west into the high country. Ice buildup on I-70 east and westbound, including multiple closures and spun out vehicles all over the road. I-70 westbound closed for ice buildup between Herman Gulch and Loveland Pass, exit 216. Further west, I-70 eastbound closed between Silverthorne and the Eisenhower Tunnel, and even further west, I-70 eastbound again closed through Vale Pass Summit. Expect major delays if you're heading out into the mountains. Into Denver proper, C470 westbound at Santa Fe, crash blocking 2 left lanes, has stop and go from Lucent Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy, high 62 throughout the Denver metro. The current temperature is 51 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
The Art of Granite will give you a price right now. Call them. Tell them you want a countertop. Give them some square footage. Tell them what material you want. You get a price. They do wholesale on all materials, so it's easy for them. And they tear out and haul away free. They also do a bunch of incentives for you, whether you want free edge treatment, backsplash, maybe a kitchen sink, or a free vanity. And then they figure out for the fabrication and installation what it'll cost. Call right now. Get your price. 303-386-5919, 386-5919. theartofgranite.com. Hey, you won't get an exact price until you know what kind of RV you want, but Lazy Days will give you that price. LazyDays.com. Look for their ads, look for their website, and then go shopping. The best prices, great maintenance facility, and they have new and used RVs, and the selection is from motorhomes to pop-up campers. LazyDays.com.
Hey, I just, I don't know if you saw my text or not, but I sent you the stuff Brian sent me. Well, I mean, his suggestion was to wait until Nationwide comes back, which is...
Sometimes the dealers will just throw in some...
We're past that point.
Stock market's up.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. We went off in April.
That's just so.
It doesn't save us anything right now because we're still locked into Nationwide, but Nationwide hasn't re-upped our thing, and so that's what he's waiting for right now from Nationwide. If we would, to Allstate, it would be a much higher deductible, but it would be less.
Seems a little quiet to me.
Out of pocket.
I mean,
Yeah.
And the other company.
I mean, even.
Oh, well, if Mark's not here, a lot of times Tom will talk to the guest and doesn't do anything. When Mark's here, he likes to get things fired up.
That's
So expensive. It's so ridiculous. No, not in that house. It's about $8,000 a year.
elsewhere?
No,
Besides
Mark's
here?
not an attorney.
Oh, I thought he was.
Okay.
Oh, is this his job?
Yes.
His only job?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought he was an attorney.
He's owned a lot of businesses in his career.
Huh.
He owned like 6 Goodyear tire stores
Huh.
that he sold 8 years ago on public tax day.
Huh.
And then he started doing this, I think, full time. Before that, before the Goodyear stores, he had a computer store, like 3 of them, I think.
Huh.
One was right over in University Hills, I think it's called Rocky Mountains Computers or something like that. And an internet hosting business.
Was that over
What?
that Tuesday morning? There's
Yeah.
a computer store over there. He owned that?
Yeah, I think that's right there, not Yale, but the next street south.
Yeah.
There was a
Yeah.
drugstore.
That's
in
the
there, but I think
the
Tuesday
CPU
morning,
fan.
Yeah,
He's in that
it's
same-
by
Comes on
the
when needed.
Shea Artiste.
Yes.
I think the computer's been rock solid. I mean, it's a piece of shit old computer, but all we use it for is YouTube feed.
Oh, did you?
So he doesn't own it anymore.
No, he sold that business.
Okay.
Like he has a GED. He got his GED when he was 15. He's
Really?
from Oklahoma, and I think
This is Mark and Suzanne's
Suzanne,
husband.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Why did I think he was an attorney?
I don't know.
Where did I get that from?
But with just anyone. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. I hope you guys understand about gap insurance. It's really important. Just please keep that in mind. It will not pay for past mistakes or past values. Only the new car, and if you overpaid a little for that, but not more than 125%. Susan, what's going on with you and your sewer? Susan, welcome.
Thank you, Tom, and I appreciate your help. I'm a 77 single Denver citizen living in my home, which I've owned for most of those years, 30 years.
Uh-huh.
And in March, the Denver sewer section of the water company in Denver did an alley scope of the main line down the center of the alley to show that my pipe, where it enters the main pipe in the alley, was cracked with roots going into it. Now, across the alley from my, in the back, my neighbor's Christmas tree, which has been there before I moved here, in the ground, and has grown massively. Radio City Music Hall in Denver, in New York City, would love to have that Christmas tree. It is so mammoth and beautiful. But it has cracked the pavement in the alley from her back part of the alley to my yard, and there are no other trees around. I don't have trees. I have concrete back there against my back fence, and yet they are threatening me. The sewer company is threatening me for that public access area that I have to pay $5,200 to fix my sewer line that her
Okay,
tree...
Susan, I know where you're coming from. Let me explain some stuff without taking... it's going to be difficult to understand because it's not going to be logical, but I have to tell you this. This is really important again. I have to smack people sometimes straight up with truth and facts, not what you think should be done, but what is fact, and that is this. Tree roots are God's roots. Your neighbor did nothing negligent. Your neighbor is not responsible for them, especially for a tree that's been there 100 years. Your neighbor would only be responsible if she went out there with a jackhammer and somehow screwed up your sewer line. No matter what you think, it will never happen. You will never hold someone else responsible because of their tree roots. Now, in a perfect world, a sustainable sewer can withstand some root pressure. But even if it can't, you can't blame the tree's property owner. You can't. It will never happen. Number two.
It's not the issue.
Okay, but here's the issue. Your service line needs to be replaced. You're the only one responsible for that. No one else is.
Even in a public thoroughfare where
that's right.
only
That's
lands
right.
on my property
That's
line.
right. That's right. You're responsible from your home to the sewer main, even if it goes across public property. Yes, you are. Susan, I like I said, I knew you weren't going to like what you heard. That sewer line is yours. It doesn't matter that it goes through that public alley. In fact, because if it went to a public street, you would have to pay to repave the road and the sidewalk. If it went out the front of your house and it went into the street to the sewer main, you would have to pay to disturb. If you disturbed the sidewalk and the pavement, it would be your responsibility to redo them, or the city would redo them and charge you, because that is a homeowner's responsibility. Now, let me explain something to you. The good news is there are technologies available that do not disturb the ground a lot if you're eligible. Some of the new technology can do what's called a pipe burst. Without getting too technical, they can run a bullet-type pipe under the ground and come up to where and they only have to dig on each end. Sometimes you can't do that. Whatever it is,
It's a $5,200 fee.
Well, hold on. I thought it would be more. It must not be that long then.
Well, it isn't that bad of a break, I'm told. I don't know a thing about it.
But listen, here's what I want you to do, Susan. If they're only going down to that one break for $5,000, that's not always the wisest thing to do. It's usually a signal that your sewer line, what you don't want to do is be paying $5,000 every now and then. What I would like you to do, who did you get the bid from?
It's called Top Hat. It was referred by the sewer company, and they went from the top of my house, they scoped half of the backyard to the alley line, and my pipes are fine.
Who referred Top Hat to you?
The Denver Sewer Company gave a list of names, and they said this particular man has a patent on that kind of a collar that could replace that small break.
Well, okay, okay, that's fine. They do have, Top Hat does have some special technology, but before I had Top Hat do it, since you've already gotten a bid, I would also have someone else do it. Give you a bid.
Well, they supposedly are the only ones that could do that because they have
so because of that, you're not even going to try to get another. You're just going to believe that, right? And you're not even going to try.
Oh.
Is that what 87 years of experience told you?
I called you for your wisdom. I called you for your wisdom.
Okay, listen,
and thank you.
And I don't mean to be. By the way, you're too old for me to give you a tough time. I don't want to give you a tough time. But Susan, here's what I want to say. Seriously, Top Hat might be the best choice, but maybe not. So you can't go wrong simply getting another opinion. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, thanks.
And because there are different technologies, as I mentioned, that might be able to preserve some of the ground and save money. You're right about Top Hat having some stuff. I read about them, but I want you to try at least one more. Get one more bid. It's a free second opinion. If you call Plumline Services, it's free. And you even tell them that. Say, Tom Martino said, I get a free second opinion. And go ahead, and I'll give you the number. And maybe you will go with Top Hat, but at least get two bids, at least.
Well, about 3 years ago, I got a knock at my front door. My gas pipe was leaking. They dug up the center of the street out front, put a pipe from the center of the city street to the corner of my house, and they charged me nothing. So
well, I don't know why
thought,
that happened, because they could have charged you for your service line. They must have damaged it or something. But let's say they didn't. Let's say they did it to be kind. The sewer department doesn't have to do it to be kind.
Okay.
I mean, I wish I could tell you, you know what, damn it, they put in that gas line, then you should be able to get the sewer line done, because it's not true.
Okay.
So that's the truth.
Okay.
Take this number down for Plumb Line and get a second opinion. 303
Okay.
586
All right.
1086.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm sorry for that I had to tell you like it's your responsibility, but it is.
Well,
and people, I'm telling you, there are things
I
that
needed
do
a
not
slap
sound
in the face
logical
to
that
wake
are
me up.
logical, and that's just the way they are. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Primatene Mist.
It is a mess out west into the high country. Ice buildup on I-70 east and westbound, including multiple closures and spun out vehicles all over the road. I-70 westbound closed for ice buildup between Herman Gulch and Loveland Pass, exit 216. Further west, I-70 eastbound closed between Silverthorne and the Eisenhower Tunnel, and even further west, I-70 eastbound again closed through Vale Pass Summit. Expect major delays if you're heading out into the mountains. Into Denver proper, C470 westbound at Santa Fe, crash blocking 2 left lanes, has stop and go from Lucent Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy, high 62 throughout the Denver metro. The current temperature is 51 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly, providing quick relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
You know, Sheridan Auto Tech has everything you want in an auto repair facility. Knowledge, longevity, honesty, value, and friendliness. You know what? Sheridan Auto Tech, the place I recommend to everyone for heavy and light maintenance, regular maintenance, even while it's under warranty. They'll keep records for you. And you can also get electrical repairs and issues and pre-buy inspections on cars. SheridanAutotech.com on Colfax west of Wadsworth. Well worth the drive. 303-455-7242. Hey, Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. Yes, rates are up a little on loans, but you want to know something? Your blended rate can actually save you money. This is what I mean. If you have high interest debt or high interest credit cards and you want to just get them paid off with home equity, you actually are better off refinancing with Ideal and having a lower monthly payment overall. It's called the blended rate. Now, here's the great part. Ideal Home Loans is the only lender with the interest rate guarantee, so when rates go down, they refinance you free of lender fees. That's right. 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com. What's that?
It was St. Julie. I think it was the same.
Oh, you're right. I think I did see her.
Yeah, because we said she dropped off when she was next.
Oh, that was the one. Okay.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah?
do you want Kim's phone number?
Whose?
Kim, she called this morning about Ibrahim from Venezuela.
Oh, yes. Just text it to me. Yes. What, so she's an interpreter type?
She's trying to help him.
Okay, good. Is she at a motor vehicle or just some person?
She's just a volunteer, she said.
Okay.
3 boys?
Yeah.
Wow. Are they all in Denver? Or?
2 of them are.
Uh-huh.
And the youngest one's in Phoenix.
Oh.
Yeah,
And then what do the other 2 do?
the oldest one works for Whole Foods.
Uh-huh.
He's a trainer. He's been with Whole Foods for
A long
15
time.
years.
Uh-huh. Wow. Uh-huh.
Right. And the middle one is currently living with me because he's unemployed.
Uh-huh.
And he's been looking for a job. Actually, he's got an interview with Yeti next Monday.
Oh,
So,
like at their store or?
no, it's corporate.
Oh, okay. 'Cause they've got a store in Cherry Creek.
Oh, that's,
Yeti
yeah,
does.
they do, right.
Yeah, yeah.
And the
Oh,
youngest-
good for him.
I know. The youngest works for J.P. Morgan Chase.
Uh-huh. Yeah, in Phoenix.
Yeah.
See, oh, so he works for the bank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not Chase. He's very clear.
Oh.
I don't work for Chase. I work for J.P. Morgan.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because I guess there is a difference.
Gotcha.
But Chase was a big credit card.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both my
They're
credit
the
cards.
biggest
Down
in the
here?
world.
Is it too cold?
Right, he works in like the high wealth.
See?
The J.P. Morgan side is
Correct.
the high wealth clients and
Yeah.
all of that.
Yeah. So he helps them manage their.
It's not for peace, it's to destroy Israel and America.
Just another excuse to break the law.
And what's right?
They should be expelled and prosecuted.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sometimes I feel like the bearer of bad news. Paul, real quick here, anything going on that you want to tell us about for specials? 862-5554. Well, you have enough specials. I mean, your prices truly are special, but let's do one screaming deal. What do you got?
Screaming deal?
Yeah, one.
One.
You can limit it to one that you pick from Who Calls. Yeah.
All right, so we'll do a system check, a free system check on an existing system. If they have an existing system.
Totally free.
Totally free.
Okay, cool. All right. 303-862-5554. And, of course, free water tests as well for anyone. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. Julie, what's going on?
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Julie, what's going on?
Well, my hot water has been out for the past 5 months
What?
in my apartment. It's been on.
You've
and
not
off
had hot water
on
for 5 months.
in my kitchen.
Why is that? Why
That
just
is-
in your kitchen?
well-
You mean hot water works in your bathroom?
It does, and then but that goes on and off too. But
That
it
doesn't make
hasn't
sense
ever
to me.
been
That doesn't make sense to me.
on and off. Well, and so this is why I'm calling you, because like I've been really patient about it, and I've gone down there and I've said to the management and I've said to the maintenance team, you know, just explain to me what's going on. And they'll say things to me like, oh, we have no idea.
Well, I'll
that
tell you this,
didn't
okay?
have
On the
hot water."
surface, it does sound puzzling that you have hot water, except in the kitchen. I don't understand that because hot water is hot water and it doesn't discriminate where it goes. I just can't even fathom that. But here's what I want to do rather than cut you off. Let's give this to Deputy Marvel because I think she can get to the bottom of it at least and get us some information. So we'll do that right now, Julie, and then I have to, because I'm running out of time, and we'll get you back on tomorrow if you want, but we're going to give this to Deputy Marvel to talk about. I'm Tom Martino. Save all your problems for me. See you guys.
Martino at
Man.